could have everyone's attention, please, and please take a seat. It's very possible that we're going to hit capacity in this room this evening, and for safety reasons, we'll have to move people out to the lobby or keep people from coming in, but there will be a place out in the lobby to sit and observe the meeting for the evening, and that's just the fire law and the fire code, so we have to make sure that we observe that. We're hoping that we'll stay under the number that's allowed here this evening. I will go ahead and call to order the November 15th, 2022 Gilbert Town Council meeting. We will have a presentation of Student Citizen of the Month Award by the Vice Mayor.
Thank you. It's my pleasure to announce the names of the Gilbert Student Citizens of the Month. The recipients were nominated by their teachers and principals for demonstrating good citizenship and character. And we appreciate the opportunity to not only recognize these hardworking students, but also to thank all the teachers, the school administrators in the community, and their parents, and appreciate all your efforts to educate and influence our young residents. Our schools are some of Gilbert's greatest assets. This isn't quite as exciting when we don't have the students physically here receiving their awards, but we do have, I think, a presentation with their pictures, and we'll go through those.
I'm having an issue with the screen. Something's wrong with the screen.
Oh, there we go. Perfect. We'll begin our Student Citizen of the Month. Please enjoy. For those of you who are receiving an award tonight, a certificate and a packet will be delivered to your school. And we will begin with our elementary schools. From American Leadership Academy, Jonah Shirley. We are almost there. Oh, there we go. There's our cute faces. So much better. From Bridges Elementary, Ryder Stevens. From Burke Elementary, Caitlin Standage. From Carroll Ray Elementary, Tora Pham. From Charlotte Patterson Elementary, Bryson Driving Hawk. From Christ Greenfield School, Hadley Bisonet. From Enterprise Charter School, Jocelyn Harris. From Gateway Point Elementary, Eris Todsauti. From Highland Park Elementary, Drew Maxfield. From Higley Traditional Academy, Hadley Purcell. From Islands Elementary, Amelia Franklin. From Leading Edge Academy, Moses Inez. From Mesquite Elementary, Ayla White. From Oak Elementary, Caleb Orenduff. From Patterson Elementary, Maya Mateo. From Pioneer Elementary, Evangeline Martinez. From Playa del Rey Elementary, Jackson Schindel. From Power Ranch Elementary, Gemma Klein. From Quartz Hill Elementary, Aubrey Box. From Riggs Elementary, Corbin Shreve. From Santan Elementary, Kayla Diaz. From Settlers Point Elementary, Violet Sparish. From Spectrum Elementary, Malia Hammond. From Town Meadows Elementary, Anika Shaw. From Val Vista Lakes Elementary, Isabella Abadini. From Weinberg Gifted Academy, Beckett Llewellyn. And for our junior, sorry if I botched any of those names, by the way, some of them are quite difficult. For our junior high and high school students from Campo Verde High School, Sam Villarreal. From Canyon Valley Junior High, Elena Gutierrez. From Canyon Valley High School, Kathleen Tank. From Cooley Middle School, Jennifer Hahn. From Gilbert Arts Academy, Sofia Valverde. From Gilbert Classical Academy, Naban Hossein. From Gilbert High School, Jordan Cody. From Greenfield Junior High, Juliana Salais. From Higley High School, Victoria Lithgow. From Higley Virtual Academy, Tyler Brebner. From Mesquite High School, Abigail Strickland. From Mesquite Junior High, Aaron Johnson Jr. And from South Valley Junior High, Alicia Burdine. Thank you and congratulations to all our student citizens. Keep up the great work, and we are very, very proud of you.
Town team, we have been told that it's possible that item number 18, the ranch, is going to request a continuation, but I don't have anything formal in front of me that says that. So I'm asking, how do I proceed with that since I don't have anything formal that says that? Do we just move on with a public hearing item like we normally would? Okay, thank you. Next, we'll have the Pledge of Allegiance led by Councilmember Tilkey.
Please stand and join me. I pledge allegiance
Next, we'll have our invocation by Pastor John Moten of Central Christian Church. Hi, Pastor. Thanks for joining us this evening.
Good to be with you today. Let us pray. Heavenly Father, we thank you so much for our wonderful community. We thank you for our relationships. We thank you for the privilege it is to raise children in such a wonderful time in a wonderful place. Father, we pray for all of our families represented here and what they mean to you. Father, as we strive to be and have a safe place for them to grow up thriving and be adults who are making great impacts in our communities. And Lord, we thank you for our law enforcement and what they do to keep our communities safe. We thank you for their sacrifice. And Father, finally, we thank you for our community leaders here as they make decisions. May you give them wisdom and guidance. May you give them peace as they navigate the complexity of leading such a wonderful community, but all the challenges that they face. Lord, thank you for everyone who's gathered here. May you be honored with everything that happens here. We praise in your holy, precious name. And all of God's children said, amen.
Thank you, Pastor. So nice to see you. Next, we'll have a roll call by our Deputy Town Clerk, Martinez.
Mayor Bridget Peterson.
Present.
Vice Mayor Amy Yentes.
Here.
Councilmember Scott Anderson. Here. Councilmember Lauren Hendricks.
Present.
Councilmember Young Kaprowski.
here.
Councilmember Scott September.
Here.
And Councilmember Kathy Tilkey.
Here.
We have a quorum present.
Thank you, Judy. Councilmember Scott Anderson is joining us by telephone, so we will hear his voice coming from above during this meeting this evening. Next, I'd like to ask for the video about retired firefighter Benny Ruiz to please be played, and then I would like to ask Benny to come down to the front of the room. I can hear it.
My name is Benny Reese. The position I have here is that I am the receptionist. I'm at the front desk of our public safety training facility. Hey there. I love talking to people. Yeah, come on. Because you don't know where we're connected. I think we all are connected somehow. My appointment is 0061. First started in 1985. I remember the first call. There was a trailer park right there on the north side of Vaughn in Gilbert. And first people that went on that call was myself and Dave Rodriguez and Kevin Hellman.
You were part of the first call for Gilbert Fire Department?
Yeah, that was part of that group. We all brag, and it's like, hey, you were the first call. We did. Yeah. I have been blessed to work for the town of Gilbert for such a long time. We all say we have our immediate family, and we have our church family, and we have our fire family, and we also have the town. I couldn't ask for a better town to be a part of, to serve for. They have all taken great care of me.
Congratulations, firefighter Benny Ruiz, badge number 5. On behalf of the town of Gilbert, the citizens, and the Gilbert Fire and Rescue Department, we celebrate your well-earned retirement.
The objective of our job says the public servants is to just help them out as much as we can, in any way we can.
Thank you for your service, Betty. County Supervisor Duty.
That if we can make someone's life a little bit better that day, that's what we're supposed to do, you know?
Congratulations, Benny from Station 251.
I think my job is not done here, and I still have enough in me to keep on going, you know, I hope.
We love you, Benny. Station 257. Alarm clear, 1309.
I'm truly blessed that it's happened in my career. I'm so thankful. You want the badge gun now?
I attended your retirement party the other night, and I said to you that I can't even remember the first time we met. Feels like I've known you for 20 years, but I think it was probably 2014 or 15 when I was running for council or became a council member for the first time. There are just some people that touch you in your lives, and Benny is one of those people. Benny has been an amazing staple in the Gilbert Fire Department. He was on the team when I did my first ride along at Station 8. He has faced the greatest adversity of probably any person that I know personally over the years with your family. My daughter knew one of your daughters, both of your daughters. Actually, we talked about it this weekend. But to have a man stand here in front of you that has served the public for over 40 years, that is employee number 61, that is badge number 5, that was on the very first call ever made by the Gilbert Fire Department in the town of Gilbert, is just, it's amazing. It's amazing to be here in your presence. I could never thank you enough for all you've done for our town, for this fire department, because it has grown up around you, and you have grown with it, I know. And there's one thing that everybody might not know about Benny. He takes more selfies than I do. I saw a video that his family put together for him, and every 2 seconds, there was a new selfie of Benny someplace in Gilbert, in a fire engine, on a call, doing training. Thank you. Doesn't seem like enough. We wanted to be able to bring you here this evening to give you an opportunity to thank the community, because I know that's the person that you are.
I just want to thank everybody, the community. There's so many people in my life. I started back in 1985. 61 employees. I was in the sewer department for 2 years. They say everything goes uphill after that, right? I went the next 5 years in the water department, and then my dream came true. Back in 1980, I graduated from Gilbert High School. I'm Gilbert Tiger. And I said, my best friend, Dave Rodriguez, says, hey, come to a drill, because we were volunteers back then. And I went to the drill. I fell in love. I said, this is awesome. I went the next Monday and sat in front of the chief and says, Chief, I want to be a firefighter. He says, why? I want to help people. I want to do what I can to do whatever I can to help people. I did it in the sewer department. I did it in the water department. I had many calls when And I shouldn't be saying this, but I was supposed to be helping somebody else, but I had to, because that's what I do. That's what we do. We serve. I'm thankful for the growth of Gilbert and what I've seen. 8,000 people, 270,000 people now? It's crazy. One station, we have 11 stations now. I can't believe, if I didn't change, if I was that stick in that mud, if I didn't change and change with time, then I don't know where I'd be. But it's so true. You have my immediate family, I have my church family, the fire department family, at the town of Gilbert. I'm proud to be a town of Gilbert employee. I went through some adversity. 2015, I lost my first daughter. A year later, I lost my second daughter. If it wasn't for my strong families, I wouldn't be here today. I don't know what I would be doing. I tell you, it makes things small. If you've gone through something really tough, we can get through anything. And I'm so thankful for the town of Gilbert and the members of the council and everybody. I'm truly blessed. And I can't say, I love working for the town of Gilbert. It's been a great honor. Thank you, guys.
Chris Payne, could you let us know what we received from the applicant on the ranch, please, so we have it officially on the record?
Yes, Mayor, at 5:50, the applicant, through his attorney, Adam Boss, sent a continuance request for the GP 2205, the ranch project, and said, I'll just read it. It was sent to Kyle Meares, who's the Development Services Director. Dear Mr. Meares, this firm represents the applicant in the above referenced case. We have spent considerable time amending the plan in consideration of feedback from the neighbors. While significant progress has been made, we think additional time would be helpful for both parties. Accordingly, we request a continuance to the December 13th, 2022 Town Council meeting. Signed, Adam Baugh.
Thank you. It would be continued to our one and only meeting that we have left in this year would be December 13th, 2022. That's the final meeting for this calendar year, and that would be the last opportunity that we would be able to hear this case under state law, is the December 13th meeting 2022.
That's the last time you can take any feedback to make a decision, or is there a continuation after that?
So we don't typically take questions from the audience, but this is probably a great example of how the process works. And this case, because it's a general plan major amendment, has to be heard within this calendar year, meaning it has to be heard by December 31st of 2022. Due to the former state law that was on the books when this case was started, and that's been a ruling or a decision by our legal staff as to how to handle this case. There is new state law in place, but that's not what we're using for this case. That means this case has to be heard by this council or could potentially be withdrawn by the applicant, because there's always options, but it has to be heard by this council by December 31st of 2022. We only have one more formal meeting as the Gilbert Town Council, that is on December 13th, 2022. So that would be the last opportunity for us to hear this case. So this evening, we will be entertaining a continuance when we get to that portion of our agenda, and where you are welcome to make comments during public hearing, but we will not be having a presentation by the applicant. We will not be doing a rebuttal, and most likely all we would be discussing as a council is the continuation itself and not the case as it stands, as it was submitted with the packet to us today. It would just be the continuance that we would be voting on tonight. So we'll now move on to our communications from citizens. We could bring it forward and just bring it on consent. Do you want to add it to consent? We could add it to consent.
Is that? We could do that. We could bring the public hearing item forward. Yeah, we could do that.
They're saying yes.
Okay, so do you want to announce it?
We're not taking any more questions from the audience. I think I explained the case. It's very simple. We can only look at the continuance this evening. We're not going to be discussing the case. My council members, my fellow council members have asked if we could bring that item forward on the agenda and make that ruling earlier on our agenda so that you all know that we really are continuing this case. And I think I saw head nods from everyone that we could bring this forward at this time, so we could make it right after you do communications from citizens, perhaps.
Yeah, we could do communications first, and then we'll move on to the consent agenda items, and we can bring that public hearing item forward in that mass motion. Perfect, thanks. So we have a very large stack of cards. Most of them are for the public hearing items, but we do have a few for consent, for communications from citizens. We are going to do 3 minutes for communications tonight. Just state your name and your place of residence. For this portion of the agenda, it is an opportunity for residents to bring items of concern that are not printed on the agenda. And so under provisions of Arizona open meeting law, the town council is prohibited from responding to issues that have not been properly noticed. Therefore, the council may only listen to citizens who wish to address them on non-agenda items. And then at the conclusion of the open call to public, response is limited to individual members of the council responding to criticism made by those who have addressed the public body, asking staff to review a matter, or asking the matter be put on a future agenda. So when we ask that when we call your name, you come down to the podium, you state your name, place of residence, you can begin speaking. We've got the timer right here. And do ask that all speakers expect and observe common standards of decorum and courtesy. Personal attacks, political speeches, or threats of political action are inappropriate in this forum and are grounds at the discretion of the mayor for ending a speaker's time at the podium. I think we only have just a few. And I'll call them all on deck since we just have a few so everybody knows what the order is going to be. But first, Terry Natty. I don't see, oh, there's Terry. And then Ron Kuhn. And then James DeVary. And then I'll name the last three after the first couple speakers. Thanks, Terry.
Since you forgot to say it, my name is Terry Natty. I live in the Gilbert planning area. I'm not a Gilbert resident, but I do have a Gilbert zip code. So we're all here for Betty, right? That's not true, but I think I can speak for all of us and say that I'm so glad we had the opportunity to learn your story and that we should all strive to learn something from you. So when a person is passionate about something, sometimes their emotions allow them to make errors or say things that aren't necessarily true. That's the reason why most of the time I'm up here, I try to stick with the facts when I'm speaking to you all. The unfortunate part is that facts can be skewed as well. Facts and examples can easily be skewed to one purpose or another. Allow me to illustrate. You all were shown a presentation on the Ocotillo project on or around September 6th. I know this because I was told it doesn't look good for your cause. Yet on October 10th, September 6th you were shown. October 10th, over a month later, my neighbors and I were shown the same presentation. I'm not sure why it took over a month for us to be shown the presentation, but that question's for another time. This is a portion of that presentation, and I made copies for y'all, if you would. So we're gonna start on that side. Okay, you've seen this already, it's not new. It would have been nice to have the opportunity to prepare a proper counter argument, but I'm sure that was by design as well. This presentation very much favors Gilbert's agenda. I say Gilbert because I don't know if it's town council, town management, the engineering staff, or someone else, perhaps a developer, that's behind the wheel. So first of all, I want to say that none of the writing on either diagram here is legible. The diagram on the left fails to give actual angles and is also based on the driver's eyes being 15 foot from the side of the multi-use path. This is incorrect in at least two ways. The average parking spot is 16 to 19 foot long with a quick internet search. Using this logic and even erring on the excessive side, say the average vehicle is 19 foot long, assuming the driver is smack dab in the middle of the vehicle, which again is excessive, and the vehicle's front bumper is aligned with the property line or wall, which it is not in the diagram. That puts the driver's eyes at 9.5 feet from the front of the car. Also, 2 slides down, you see 9 feet between the property line and the wall and the side of the trail where the image shows it butted right up against the property line and wall. Adding the inflated measurement of 9.5 and the town's 9 feet, that makes 18.5 feet. If that is correct, and it's actually excessive, then slides 11, 12, 13, and this is 14 are all inaccurate. So I apologize, I'm gonna run over just a minute. Don't allow yourself to be skewed by things. Allow the good people, God bless, I'm sorry. Like Benny, give selflessly, serve others, love each other and your communities. Don't be skewed by somebody else's perspective.
Ron, were you wanting to speak on 1060?
Yes.
Okay, I'll reserve your comment card for the public hearing item. James DeVary. And then after James, we'll have Jim Torgeson, then Ben Bepchum. Yes, and Casey Kendall.
Hi, my name is James DeVary. I'm back here again. I'm a concerned father. Next month will be my 3-year anniversary as a Gilbert resident. I'm here to ask the Gilbert town for their leadership in helping with group homes. I spoke in January about a home coming to my neighborhood that's right next to a toddler playground in a park. I addressed the concerns of the tenants that I thought were going to be there, and I asked the town to think of putting criminal background checks to these residents to protect our children. I'd like to go on the record with the town that nobody spoke to me after that meeting. I'd like to inform you that there have been 25 police reports filed since April, that's 8 months ago, from this one home. 25. That's an aggravated assault, 6 other assault filed, drunken disturbance, fighting, disorderly conduct, and many others. These are just what's been filed. Again, this is a group home that's supposed to be sobering these individuals up next to our children, and a bus stop on top of the toddler's playground and the park. My neighborhood was notified recently that we now have a level 3 sex offender living in this home. He's been arrested 3 times, once this year. A level 3 sex offender roaming the streets next to a toddler's playground, a park, and the school bus stop. In September in Phoenix, there was a group home where there was a shooting. One of the residents killed another resident. Reports say the state was notified, the police were notified, but nothing was addressed. I'm sure many know that there was a group home here in Gilbert that had a murder in Mesa from one resident on another last year. My concern is this group home is going to have an incident where one of the tenants is going to have an issue with a child, a parent, or a caregiver. There's already been a caregiver verbally assaulted by one of these individuals living in this home. So again, I'm asking the town for their leadership to come to the community and have a conversation how we can get the risk away from our kids and protect our communities. Because right now we're letting these unethical business individuals take advantage of an opportunity to keep the community safe and help these individuals that need help. I support charities back in New York. I'm a board member of an organization. We support sober homes. These are not sober homes we have here. It's businessmen or people that are taking advantage of our neighborhoods and our communities, and we need to fix it now. Thank you.
Mayor, council, first thing I'd like to say is regarding Benny, to see a human being have that much joy in his heart and that much to express it the way he did was impressive as a human being to see that. So you're having a friendship with him and hugging him means something to him. It really does. And I was just surprised to see that, to see how much this man cares about this community. But there are two things I wanted to say. One, a little off topic, is that if you do postpone 18, you realize that the 5,400 people needed for a referendum will grow to something like 13,000. So it will be very difficult. That's not lost on me. That's a maneuver. But what I wanted to point out is something that is so silly as I pull up, realizing that everybody on this dais here has had something printed against them, including, and so have I. I had a big sign with a big pink, Torgerson's unstable. Great sign. Maybe I am. But running for office, you get to take your lumps. Being an elected official, you get to take your lumps. But I look at this thing with Andrew Adams. He's not running for office. He's not, doesn't hold an office seen by the state, the city, the county. And it says he's a convicted drug dealer when he was a teenager and convicted of possession of pot, which is now legal. And it seems highly hypocritical that any of us would condone that. I hope, Scott, you're taking notes. I would hope that you guys see this as hypocritical. When I put up signs against the bond, they were taken down in a day because they didn't like my disclaimer. These have no disclaimer, and they're not political signs. So why are we allowing any individual to be personally attacked? And not only that, not really truthfully attacked. I mean, Adam will stand up, or Andrew will stand up and take credit for being a 17-year-old stoner. That seems a little strange. That'd be like me putting something out about anybody here. I could say they beat their wife or their husband or something. It's not right. They're not running for office. So why do we have a double standard where we pick up political signs, which are supposed to be legal, and we don't pick up personal attacks that have no name, and for a guy not running in office? At least if he was running for office, it'd be valid. I find it just extremely hypocritical. And I would think that the town should almost be liable if they don't use the very well-versed sign police to pick those up over the next couple days. Thanks for your time.
Yeah, I'm sorry, we don't actually allow the clapping in this portion of the agenda because we want to...
You robbed me.
Trying to limit the disruption and give everybody their time. Thank you.
Go. Hi everyone, my name is Ben. My wife and I have been a resident of Gilbert for over 4 years, choosing to live here over neighbouring cities to raise our 3 children, and we have loved it. However, just recently our neighbourhood has been affected by a group recovery home moving in at the doorstep of the most widely used children's playground. I say affected based on this business being poorly run and licensed by Gilbert to be at a location by the local school bus stop and with the front yard touching the pathway leading to the playground. I'm joined here today by many other neighbours concerned. Some also spoke, like James, but I wanted my own voice. I understand that this initiative to outsource and privatise these recovery institutions away from the health department and inviting them into residential areas was federal. I get that, not state, not city. However, as a city, if this initiative has an adverse effect on the community, there should be action by the city, garner support by the state to protect community rights. Our very own Chandler asked for a guideline to be added to this federal initiative and got it. It's possible, just take action. What I've seen is a head in the sand approach, or it's too hard, or can't be, you can't question federal. Either one of these is not the right approach or attitude. There seems to be no regulations, rules, or guidelines for these businesses to abide by, given the sensitive nature of running a business of this type in a residential area. It is as though they have diplomatic immunity and they are taking full advantage of it. The reason I say this is we unfortunately have front row seats to a particular one, and there seems to be zero care for the neighbourhood with broken bottles, recovery home, broken bottles, right? Consistently at the front, and patients roaming the streets intoxicated. To me, there seems like profit centres for the business owners, running on the thinnest cost at the expense of the neighbourhood and gain for their pocket. No rules encourage no costs. Does Gilbert have a threshold of police call-outs before revoking the licence they permitted? Is Gilbert paying attention? As it took the community to inform the school that their bus stop is now by a recovery home in front of it, since they've moved. Not Gilbert, the community. The ask today is to find your city's strict guidelines and enforce them. If you are giving them privilege of running a business in a residential area, don't point the finger at the health department or federal. This is your city. If you do, you will weed out the poorly run, profit-driven owners and reward those that do it properly and respect the community they have joined. But keep it away from parks. Or give it back to the health department. If the owners can make money, it's not a tax burden for the taxpayers. Don't outsource without regulations. So in ending, there is no plausible deniability now for Gilbert, the school that instead of addressing the situation, moved the bus stop. If there is an incident, the liability is on the city. Thank you.
Good evening, Council. Casey Kendall, Gilbert resident, Vice Chair, and Commissioner of the Redevelopment Committee for the town of Gilbert, downtown. A recovery house, quote unquote, opened directly next to the park that my children play at. 2 miles north of us, the same owner opened another house. Since April, those 2 houses have had 50 plus police interactions, which include, as my neighbors mentioned, 7 aggravated assaults, 11 arrests, a mutual knife combat fight, a man high on drugs challenging traffic with a Bowie knife, that one is on video, alcohol bottles, drug paraphernalia littered throughout the park and the neighborhood. Additionally, warrants have been served, drunk in public, violent threats, threats of suicide. I could go on, but I only have 3 minutes. Did I mention that this is next to the park? Did I also mention that there's not 1, but 2 school bus stops? GPS has been forced to move those, and as Ben previously said, because we notified them. Code for these houses is listed on your website. Where is the code enforcement? Code only allows for 5 residents. A 2,800 square foot house, 3 bedrooms, was gutted, rebuilt, and now has anywhere from 10 to 12 bedrooms. Where is code enforcement? Town signed off on a certificate of occupancy for 10 people. Code says 5. Why? Who is enforcing the code? 3 weeks ago, we were notified that there is a level 3 sex offender now living there. Did I mention that this is next to the park and 2 school buses? Code says no individual can be deemed a threat to public or property. Federal and state law identifies a level 3 sex offender as a direct threat and a risk to the public. Who is enforcing our code? With disregard for logic, the owner of these houses has threatened our neighborhood, saying that he's going to seek out more sex offenders to put them in these houses. I also have that conversation on video. These houses are popping up all over Gilbert, and they are being operated under federal discrimination acts, fair housing, disability acts, and stretching well beyond the means of those acts and their true intent. Again, I ask, where is code enforcement? I am asking for the town, the council, to partner with our community and the state to stop the chaos in our neighborhood and others like it before we have another murder like we did last year and like we did in Phoenix last week. You have the power to enforce our code. Thank you.
Thank you, Casey. Are we able to put this on an agenda item as far as for a study session so we can?
The group homes, you mean, topic?
Correct.
That would be an executive session, I believe, but we can't get into that. We could direct staff.
Yeah, that was the rest of the comment cards.
Okay.
Vice Mayor was in control of that, I assumed, so thank you. So we could bring this forward.
Study session, you could, yeah.
Bring maybe the information from the police department as well as code enforcement from planning, and then discuss what the options are as far as the council goes.
Yeah.
That's correct.
That's probably a great idea for a study session next year when we have new council members too, because it is a topic that we've been talking about for years. And so I think they'd probably need to be informed on what we've learned over the years. I don't know that we'll be able to squeeze it in before the end of the year is all I'm thinking.
Sure. Well, in the meantime, having code enforcement reach out to residents and look into the specific incidences that were described.
Yep, Mayor, Council, thank you. I have asked Chief Solberg to follow up with the individuals who have spoken tonight. We'll get Kyle and code enforcement involved as well. And if I'm hearing the will of the council, we'll also begin work on bringing this forward for a study session item.
Thank you.
Yes, we'll move on to the consent agenda. I have not heard from any of the council members to any items that they wish to pull.
Councilmember Anderson, did you have anything that you wanted to pull from the consent agenda this evening? Thank you, Scott.
I'll be pulling item 9 and 11, but we can do a mass motion on the rest first, if somebody wants to do that, as well as including the public hearing item, agenda item.
Vice Mayor, I move to approve the consent agenda with the added item to continue.
Pardon me, Mayor Peterson.
Yes.
Councilmember September. Kelsey would like to reset the tablets.
Oh, please,
That's
thank
okay,
you.
I
Yes,
apologize.
I apologize.
Kelsey.
Yes, and just for clarity's sake, Councilman September, those are items 2 through 8. Item 10.
Is that allowed?
Okay. So, no. Okay, we will, because we do have these different portions of the agenda that need to be dealt with separately, we will be doing that public item on the ranch when we get to public hearing. So we will just, Councilman September, just do the motion on the rest of the consent agenda items. So all of the items on consent minus item 9 and 11. Reflective of your motion?
Yeah, reflective of my motion, thank you.
Is there a second?
Second.
And we will all vote as soon as the system resets. Thank you. Yes.
While we are waiting for this, for our iPads to be reset to vote, I need to let people know that we have, the following cars are illegally parked and need to be moved immediately. This is from the Gilbert Police Department and our chief. It would be GD Bless 2021 Chevy Silverado, Kid Cart 20-ton white Toyota Prius, CJF 003. Ma'am, please sit down. Ma'am, please sit down. Please sit down. Ma'am. Ma'am. Ma'am, if you don't stop talking. Finish what you're doing.
I think we have a motion on the table, and
we have a motion on the table. The vice mayor is trying to speak so that we can continue the business of the meeting.
I understand everybody's frustration. We do have to try and keep an orderly meeting. The agenda is outlined with specific portions, and we're going to have to take a 5-minute recess if we can't get the meeting under control, because we have to be able to conduct business. I think we can take a 5-minute break. So we'll come back to this. Memory on this motion?
Are we still on our consent vote?
Yes. Okay, we're going to bring the meeting back to order. I don't have a gavel.
We could have everybody please be seated. We'll bring the meeting back to order.
Okay, we hope to do this efficiently. We do have a motion on the agenda, or excuse me, on the floor for approval of the consent agenda, excluding items 9, 11. Do we have a second?
Second.
All vote. Motion carries unanimously. We will wait to hear item 9 and 11 till the end of the agenda, or at least after public hearing, and we'll start the public hearing. That's Mayor's portion.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. We're going to open the public hearing portion of our agenda. I'm going to move item number 18, A and B, to the start of our public hearing portion of our agenda so that we can discuss that item at this point in time. We have had a request from the developer, as read by our town attorney and their representative, to continue that item to our December 13th, 2022 meeting. The developer and the representative are not here to make a presentation this evening. The only thing that the council will be addressing is the request for the continuance. It would be okay if you still want to do your public comment. We will decrease the time because we have so many people here wanting to comment, but I will impress upon you that what you're here to comment on this evening isn't the presentation that you'll see in December when you come back, because we know that the developer and many residents have joined together to work on a better plan and proposal and to bring that back in December. And I see a lot of heads shaking no, but I know that there are residents working with the developer to update and modify this plan, and they requested a 30-day. We will shut the meeting back down again if we need to. We just need to discuss whether or not we will continue this item. Council, should we ask the public to come and speak on this, knowing that they're speaking on something that isn't going to be the same in a month? I'm asking for input from all of you.
I would be comfortable if we proceeded with a limited time frame, given the fact that a lot of this conversation is going to change. So if is there an ability to do 45 seconds on our timer? I know it's not a lot of time, but because I appreciate that everybody wants to have their voices heard, but the fact of the matter is this item will, I don't know where everybody is going to vote on this, but if this gets continued and the conversation gets changed wholesale, a lot of that you're going to have to retailer those comments because the dynamics of this have changed. I do want to give people an opportunity to speak. We have a lot of people here to speak on other public hearing items too, and so trying to manage the agenda, make it fair for everybody, give everybody an opportunity to speak. If there's some agreement as to doing that, we can go through these cards. There's a lot of people who are not here to speak who have filled out cards, so we do have these, as well as people who provided public comments to us electronically. So feedback from the other council members, I guess.
So are we at the comment stage where we can make comments? I'm not clear where we're at. Can I make comments as a council member now?
Yeah, yes.
Okay. I guess I'd like to speak to everybody that's here. Most of you are here for the ranch. As I was walking through you just now while we had our 5-minute recess, I spoke with some of you, and there seems to be some thoughts of there was some effort at some malfeasance or some dastardly deed going on here that we wanted to delay this. I met with a developer this morning, early this morning, because I had a busy day. And they called me yesterday and they asked to meet, and I said I would meet with them. Now, before everybody wants to crucify me on the way out, the developer is sitting here and his attorney is sitting here. The people that I met with are sitting here. When I talked to them on the phone and they asked me to meet, and again this morning when I met with them at breakfast, I prefaced both conversations with making them aware that I've been elected to office in this district 7 times. Many of you in this room must have voted for me because somehow I keep getting back in office. And I made it clear to them that I represent the citizens of Gilbert. You might say I represent the town. There is no town to represent. I represent the people of Gilbert. And I've done that for a very long time. Many of you have seen my name for years because somehow you keep electing me. So I made that very clear. I wasn't there to kowtow to the developer or anybody else. And although I know some of these people involved, I would call at least one of them a friend. He's not an outsider. His family's been in Gilbert for 100 years. And I've known him for a long time. So these are not people coming in from the outside just to make a dollar. Now, there may be people involved that are. And that's why I agreed to meet with them this morning. And when I met with them, I then followed that up with speaking to a number of the people that have been the most vocal about the ranch. Now, I know that there's not one person that represents the ranch. There's 200 people here, and every one of you represents yourself about the ranch. But I probably can't speak to every single one of you. So I went to ones that have been the most vocal at meetings, and I told them I'd met with the developer. I told them I'd encourage the developer to try to make peace in the community, try to work together. Don't try to force this vote. Don't try to force this happen. And this delay, I created. And I guess if that's something that nobody wanted, I apologize. It's not the developer, it's not the council, it's nobody else. When I was talking to all the parties, everybody on both sides indicated there's been productive conversation. We seem to be making progress towards something that may not be perfect, but it's perhaps tolerable, or at least it's getting there. We're moving a direction that might be tolerable. That doesn't mean it's going to get there, and it doesn't mean I'm going to represent anything other than the voters of Gilbert. That's just how it is. So it was my suggestion this morning, after talking to some of the most vocal people about the ranch, it was my suggestion to the developer as a good faith gesture. You may think you have the votes tonight. I don't know if you do or not, but as a good faith gesture, I asked him, could we put this off to December and let's have more meetings? And when I say more meetings, I told him, don't come back to me in December and say I had a meeting, so therefore support my project. I don't care if you got to meet every single day to try to work something out that can be workable, then just do it. And the last discussion we had is they'd asked me if Councilmember Tilke could join us because they'd had some meetings with her. I know Councilmember September has been having meetings trying to work something out. But this isn't an effort to slip anything by anybody. The intents, frankly, I have a life just like you guys do. And even though I appreciate the $1,500 a month that I get paid to do this, I didn't spend my whole day on this for the $1,500. I mean, I ran for office because this is what I do. My intents were good when I met with a developer. My intents were good when I spoke to the people that I thought were influential in the group. And frankly, what I'm seeing here tonight, I don't even know what to say. So some of you saw me walk into the back. When I came out of the back here and I walked up there, I went back there and talked to some of the people that are involved in the ranch. And I said, hey, what do you think? Can we come to some consensus? Can we get this group to be a little more peaceful and respectful? Because I'm not trying to create a battle. I didn't have the meetings today to create a fight. And then I talked to the developer and I said, hey, I asked you this morning, could you delay this? And you agreed to do it. And obviously I seem to have created some contention. Then we had a speaker here talking about, if you delay this, the world's going to come to an end. And I don't know what he was talking about. But it certainly wasn't anything that I was aware of when I created this. So that's where we're at. I didn't set the exact parameters of what a meeting would be, but I can tell you, Councilmember Tilke and I have committed to participating and helping facilitate meetings. I also spoke with Councilmember-elect Chuck Bongiovanni, who's sitting here. He said he would participate, he would like to be involved. I'm not saying we have a magic answer, but everybody on all sides that I talked to, and I fully understand I didn't talk to every single one of you here today, and I thought the people I talked to had a pretty good grasp of where you were all at. But everybody I talked to is willing to continue conversation and realize the developer had the option tonight to just have the vote. Now, I don't know if he had the votes or not. I can't tell you. I only know how I was going to vote. And I have no idea whether he had the votes to pass it or not. But the fact that he's willing to communicate, I mean, he's here tonight. He can see the contention and what's going on. And yet he's still saying, let's talk. We want to work in the community. We want to be part of it. And I'll say one of the owners has been involved in this community for at least 100 years, maybe longer than that. These are not outside people running into our community. So I guess as far as that, if we want to listen to people tonight or if we want to wait till next month. And if the residents want to talk tonight, I'm okay with them talking. But you're probably going to be more beneficial to attend more of these meetings.
I attend all of them.
No, I'm talking about the meetings with the developer. I mean, I'm happy to listen to you. I mean, I've been listening all day long. I'm happy to listen, but if we're going to make changes over the next month.
We have 24.
We probably want to make comments at what the final product is. But anyway, that's my comment.
A minute apiece, and then we could get, 30 minutes, 3 minutes.
We're going to take public comment at this point in time. Vice Mayor is going to run that public comment. This public hearing is open for this item 18 and A and B, and you'll be called down for, Patrick, we're going to do a minute apiece. Vice Mayor said a minute apiece, please. And it'll be called down a few at a time so that we can move you down to the podium quicker, because we realize it's a long walk from back where some of you are standing. Vice Mayor?
Can you answer her question?
We don't take questions. I understand that, but everything about this case has changed today. We are not going to be voting on this case this evening, which is not what we will be seeing in December.
However, I have some recommendations that they could take into consideration as we work together as a team. So if we could speak on this behalf, so we can all work on it together. Transparency is key here. 3 minutes.
You see us? You hear us? We're here. We're here. You represent us.
We are trying to make sure that everybody is heard. We're trying to run a business meeting here to the best of our abilities and make sure that everybody has an opportunity to be heard. Ma'am, if you keep yelling out, I am going to ask to have you removed.
And this won't be the only opportunity.
Ma'am, please ask that woman to leave.
Everybody who filled out a comment card is going to have an opportunity to speak. We understand the time is going to be truncated, but this isn't the only opportunity for people to have their voices heard. This isn't the only opportunity to continue conversation. We're going to get started with our public comments. I understand this isn't what everybody, that people want longer time to speak. I think it was explained that the conversation is going to change going forward, and there's going to be more opportunities to talk directly to the developer, and we'll have more comments if this gets continued in December as well. So we'll start with the first 3 speakers, Matt Hill, Patty Pomeroy, and Penny Bershey. And just as a reminder, if you could state your name and your place of residence for the record. Is Matt Hill still in the audience? We don't yield time on this part because everybody can fill out a comment card. Patty Pomeroy.
Hi, my name is Patty Pomeroy. I live in Elliott Groves and Morrison Ranch. 2 short years ago, citizens voted on a plan for this area, now known as the ranch. I wondered what has changed in those 2 years that you feel inclined to go against the wishes of the people who not only voted for the plan, but also for you. Yes, you were voted in by the people to represent us and our best interests. You have been entrusted with a huge responsibility, as our needs are varied and many. I would like to think that tonight your intentions are to consider the needs of the people, specifically in the Morrison Ranch community. However, I have reason to believe that's not the case. First of all, at least 2 members of this council received significant donations in July to their campaigns by both developers and the law firm representing the developer. Is that time?
Thank you, Patty.
1 minute.
Okay, that's a joke.
It's disgusting. My name is Penny Birchie, and I live in Elliott Groves and Morrison Ranch. And the general plan for this planned area of development, this was supposed to be part of a character area and an extension to the beautiful and desirable Morrison Ranch. The noise pollution, the air pollution, the traffic pollution that my family and neighbors are going to be living next to, experiencing 24 hours a day, every single day, is not what was promised to us. Not when we thought we would buy the homes in that neighborhood, not when we thought we would build the homes in that neighborhood. Because of the lack of diversity and lack of general commercial entities, the town of Gilbert will suffer a major loss in sales tax if a cross-dock facility is created there. The area is supposed to be a growth corridor. The sort of development that is planned does not provide for growth. It will not create more diversity of employment or types of services for people to employ. It will only allow for less. This is not a balanced mix. Cross-dock facilities do not belong next to homes of any value. I'm not stopping. What was once supposed to be a shared development.
We have to give equitable time to everybody.
You know what? Let me say this. I'm going to ask each of you, can you, with a good conscience, the kind of conscience that allows you to sleep well at night, not just sleep, look at your own self in the mirror with pride, like yourself, not just pride, but to also like yourself, the kind that doesn't make you wonder if you've made the kind of decision that is a good decision, a just decision. Can you look at all of these families right here, every single person in the face? Can you look at them tonight? All of these people who have been here tonight and on many other meeting nights. Can you look at them, tell them that you actually care not only about your community, but your constituents? Can you ask each and every person here if they believe that you care about your constituents, the people who have voted you in? Can you look at all of them with a good conscience and tell them, you'll be fine. There's just going to be a light industrial development next to your homes where your children are going to be breathing these toxic fumes, and all of your value in your home is going to be for bust. Think about that. Can you put your head on the pillow tonight or any other night and sleep well with a good conscience?
I'm going to make a comment, and I know it's not going to be favorable. We haven't voted on this item yet, so you have no idea how we feel or what comments we're going to make. And I know you think that's hysterical. We cannot vote tonight. We cannot vote tonight, and the vice mayor is going to recess again.
We can't keep control of the meeting and do business like this.
We can't. If we can't get through the business of the council, We're going to have to recess the meeting. I'm sorry, your case got moved because of this one, so you will be here longer because of 18A and B. Ma'am, that's enough, please.
I think if we can limit public comment to 20 minutes in totality, and if everybody is going to take everybody else's time, that's 25 minutes, whatever the total is, 30 minutes, but if we can't keep to everybody's relegated time, it becomes unfair for other people who are trying to have their voices heard too. This is just not how public meetings are run. I'm really, honestly, I am imploring for some cooperation. I want to do the people's business. But that is going to take the people's cooperation. I want people to have an opportunity to speak. The time is still 1 minute. The microphone is going to be cut off after that because we can't keep this stop and go. This isn't a productive meeting. We'll have Natasha Monahan. And then Jenny Everett. And then Sharon McGraw.
Good evening. I'm Natasha Monahan, resident of Gilbert and Morrison Ranch. Thank you for your time. I wish to speak about how the developers are, the land that they had, which was used for their family's dairy farm, which was approximately for 6,500 cows. Their predominant purpose for the last 13 years was to have those cows feed from that land. This rezone is coincidentally occurring simultaneously with the sale of the family dairy farm, which was about a month and a half ago, an example of self-imposed hindrance on why the land has not sold. Converting the land to an inland empire creates an undue hindrance to the residents and destroys our ability to peacefully enjoy our land and homes. In addition, there was a recession in the worldwide pandemic. At any point, investors could have applied to rezone the area. These are just the first applicants to do so. The landowner and his applicant have stated they will only sell for 300-acre single transaction. This is not undue hindrance.
Thank you, Natasha.
Thank you.
Hi, Jenny.
My name is Jenny Everett. I live in Morrison Ranch. I was going to talk on safety. I guess the only thing, couple of thoughts that we have time for. I want to ask that the council put a stipulation from anyone obtaining an L27 permit that would allow semiconductor manufacturing. Semiconductor manufacturing is known for creating human carcinogens. That is not anything that I want next to my home at all. And I ask you as a town council to please take that into consideration, our families, our homes. This is so important to us. I feel a little bit like we're catering to the developer at this time, which is a little unfair. Mr. Hendricks, I'd like to speak to a comment that you made. You want something to be tolerable. Do you want to live next to something that is just tolerable? I do want to work with the developer. I understand that. But it has to be good for everybody. And tolerable, I'm sorry, is not good enough for me. Thank you.
Sharon McGraw, and then after Sharon, we'll have Bill Hurley, and then Christian Chambers.
Hi, my name is Sharon McGraw, and I do live in a Morrison Ranch neighborhood. I'm going to begin, because the time is cut short, by quoting the words of one of the wisest men on our planet. And he said this, he said, "I know of no safe depository of the ultimate powers of society but the people themselves." And should we think them not enlightened enough to exercise that control with a wholesome discretion, the remedy is not to take it from them, but to inform the discretion by education. I would confidently say that 90% of all politicians have forgotten the three most important words in the Declaration of Independence and in the Constitution: we the people. You folks on the stand were given power according to the voice and the vote of we the people. It is your responsibility to serve according to the will and the desire of we the people.
Thank you, Sharon. Oh, just doing 1 minute. Bill.
We gave this gentleman 15 minutes of our time, and you won't give us another 30 seconds? This is totally not we the people.
Bill Hurley.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. My background is manufacturing, specifically semiconductor, aerospace, electric vehicles, which means batteries, lithium batteries. I wanted to give each of you one of these signs to tell you specifically what these signs mean when you see them on the side of a building. The higher the number, the worse the product is inside the facility. So if you see a 1, probably okay. You see a 3, you don't want a fire, you don't want any chemical leaks, etc. Generally speaking, the smaller the building, the lower the danger. We don't know all the hazard information from semiconductor companies because they have IP and they don't have to give it up. Now, when they flush a semiconductor, when they make a chip and they flush that stuff down the drain, that goes into the water, right? It gets reclaimed, but they don't get it all out. They can put all the UVC lights at 254 nanometers all day long, but it doesn't take care of that. Am I done? No. I'll be back. All right. Thank you. Don't let semiconductor stuff in, please.
Christian Chambers, and then we'll have Diana Chambers, and then Ross Chambers, and then Corey Childs.
I'm Diana Chambers, Christian's mom, and I would ask if I could go first, please. Thank you. I've spent many sleepless nights having many conversations with each of you, dreaming of what I could possibly say. You have implored people tonight to act with respect. I would implore you times a million to oppose an industrial waste park being put at the end of my street. In my conversations with you at night, I think about the way that my husband and I have worked our entire lives to buy this house. We called it our forever home because we don't want to move ever again. This is our dream. And to dream about a house that may lose half of its value, we're talking hundreds of thousands of dollars. That's my retirement. That's my livelihood. That's my legacy to my children. And that's every single person's here, retirement and legacy to their children. That's devastating. I dream about talking to you about that water table that everyone's referring to here with those semiconductors. I've heard about battery plants being put in. We cook with that water. We brush our teeth with that water. It's unsafe. Please think about this the way you would for your own family. Thank you. Here, say your name.
Oh, Christian.
Hello, I'm Christian Chambers. Please let me breathe the fresh air.
Cough a little bit.
Please let me breathe the fresh air. Please let me drink clean water when I fill up my water bottle and brush my teeth. Please let my family be safe on the roads. Please let me sleep at night. Please oppose the ranch and protect my home. Thank you.
I hope you were able to hear that.
My name is Ross Chambers. That was my wife and my son that you just heard speak. I'm here to talk about the traffic issues that this is going to present. You've heard that this land was always zoned for industrial, yet the fact that the original voter ratified zoning has only 18.6% industrial as compared to the developers now 80% zoning, which is now over 400% of what it was originally zoned for. They may speak on how they're increasing the general commercial and adding business park in the revision, but it's by only a fraction of the original plan, a plan that thousands of homeowners used when deciding on where to purchase their home. Per Adam Baugh in the October 5th planning meeting, the ranch is projected to generate 25,059 average daily vehicle trips, 13,925 from the commercial component, and 11,134 from light industrial. Per Mr. Baugh, the existing zoning only estimates 2,902 heavy trucks. The new amendment will have an increase of 8,232 more heavy trucks than the existing zoning. Trips from light industrial are heavy trucks. They're class 7 and 8 vehicles. Please oppose this amendment.
Thank you, Russ. After Corey, we'll have Tyler Farnsworth, then Jim Torgeson, then Michael Lehrer.
Hey, I'm Corey Childs. So I'm a used car salesman, and a $5,000 donation, like my threshold for corruption would be way higher than that. So I don't think you guys are corrupt from $5,000. When I was 10, I wanted a new BMX bike for Christmas, and Christmas Day came, and I got a bike, but except for it was a Huffy bike with pink speckles, and that was like the crappiest bike. I drove it to my buddy's house, and he laughed, and he's like, dude, that bike sucks. So I went home, and I was not trying to be, a bad kid and complain to my parents, but I went home and cried. My dad came in, and he said, son, what's wrong? And I said, Dad, Santa messed up, man. He got me a Huffy. I'd rather have my old bike. And so the next day, December 26th, he took me to the bike store, and he got me a fluorescent yellow GT, and I did a lot of jumps on that bike. And I'm glad that my dad did the right thing where Santa messed up. So I'm asking you guys to do the same thing. Thank you.
Tyler.
I love that. My name is Tyler Farnsworth. I'm a 27-year resident of the town of Gilbert and an 8-year resident of Morrison Ranch, the jewel of this great town. Just 2 years ago, the voters approved a zoning plan that you're being asked to vote against tonight. Should it continue to December, do not allow a change from the voter-approved general plan. Hold the developers to the current threshold. A vote for the ranch is a vote against the citizens you took an oath to serve, and a vote for out-of-state developers and law firms that donated to some of your campaigns. Please do the right thing. Protect the look and the feel of this town that we so love. Protect our property values, and don't let this become a stain on your legacies. Thank you.
Jim Torgeson. James Torgeson.
Hi, I'm Jim Torgeson, and since I was going to spend 3 minutes doing this, I'm going to try and really pare it down. You guys voted 46 consecutive approvals of zoning changes. Recently, you've changed over 180 acres of employment-designated zoning to multifamily. 2 projects come to mind, Lennard, Warner, and Recker in the northwest corner of McQueen and Elliott. I wonder who represented those. Now we're in a crippling economic situation of trying to take and create more industrial and job zoning. And it will be at the cost of some people. I want you to give thought to these people because these people haven't been heard for years. And they just need to be heard. They need to be listened to. They may not agree with what you say, but they need to know they're being heard. And I know really most of you probably want to do the right thing and think you're doing the right thing, whether you are or not, just to be determined. But I don't think anybody here has malfeasance towards anyone in this room. And I would hope that you give them that.
My name is Mike Lair. I am a resident of Morrison Ranch. I have prepared remarks, but will clearly not fit those in 1 minute. What I wanted to focus on was some of the discussion that was had at the planning meeting, where it did seem like there was some significant understanding by the applicant that this was clearly incompatible with the current community, with the current plan. They did seem to be able to try to make some sort of concessions and understand where you all are coming from, but I would request that this all happen with transparency, and like Sarah was talking about, really truly trying to take into consideration the residents' concerns and not appeasing these outside investors. Thank you.
Michael, and I had 2 cards filled out for you. I'm guessing there aren't 2 Michael Lairs.
No, it's probably just the same.
Okay. Different handwriting. Preston Yeschik, and then Jennifer Smith, and then George Yogerton.
Hello, Council. My name is Preston Yeschik. I live in Morrison Ranch. Consider that when a community consistently rejects projects such as these, but they keep happening over and over again, it shows us that our leaders are acting against the interests of its people. And that's not good business, and it's not good leadership. The community feedback sessions have become a form of entertainment to give us the illusion that we have influence over the decisions that were likely made months ago. This is not a Morrison Ranch problem, it's a Gilbert problem. This week we're battling the ranch, next week it'll be yet another apartment or industrial complex. It's tiresome and disheartening that we have to fight so hard against our own town. If the 270,000 citizens unify, we can speak in the only language they will understand. Getting boots on the ground, pamphlets to every door, and signs on every corner. We'll put a face to the name of every leader that votes against our interests.
Hello, Town Council. My name is Jennifer Smith. I've lived in Gilbert for many years, and I'm currently building a home in the Warner Meadows area. I think we all would love to see Gilbert grow and thrive. We support this, but maximizing this industrial zoning to the intensity is not helpful for our community. I have this, using this employment capacity of non-residential land by the Metropolitan Council analysis, we can calculate the number of jobs per square foot for certain zoning using space utilization per job and floor area ratio. So currently, with the current zoning that's been planned, the jobs are calculated to be around 4,265. With the proposal, this drops down to 2,952, which is a 64% job loss and lost tax income year after year. And if we think about the future warehousing as it becomes more autonomous, these jobs would decrease even more. It is more cost effective to build industrial than general commercial. However, this
After George, we'll have Kevin Marvin and then Brian Mosley.
Hi, good evening, Mayor and council people. Just want to let you know I'm 4 houses away from this open field that we're talking about. And I understand your position here. We're not talking about the same plan anymore. It'll change. I get that. What I do want to understand from the council, what is the actual benefit to us and to Gilbert? Not for this thing, but having it next to us. I'm not against the development, the commercial development. I just want to know, why the heck does it have to be next to us, one of the crown jewels of your neighborhoods? You wouldn't put that in Agritopia. You wouldn't put it next to Bella Vista Lakes. Why would you put that next to us? Take 5 minutes out of your day. I know I'm running out of time. Go look at Warner Commons. Look at what those houses and those people have to look at when they look out their windows in that investment that they've made in their homes. So I know we'll be looking at something different, but please keep those things in mind. Thank you.
And you're George Yogerton. Yes. Sorry, just for the last speaker, you were George Yogerton, right? Okay, thank you. Okay. is Kevin Marvin.
Hi, I'm Kevin Marvin, and I live in Elliott Groves. The last time we spoke, we talked about it was just odd for me that the Planning Commission still approved something they said didn't make sense, right? And so, like right here, right, there's just not enough space. There are 461 houses. That the Z estimate on that aggregate is $335 million. And I made this picture to show, you know, these massive warehouses next to the Arizona Cardinal Stadium, right? These are to scale. And these are just massive warehouses. And so if you were to hover over one of these areas, you will see how these houses are right next to, you know, the office buildings and the warehouses. And if you go down further, you would be in a situation where you're looking at it from the street view of what you might see if you're one of those people up against it. Now, by the way, 15%, say, of $335 million is $50 million. So by voting this, you're giving them $50 million at least, if not more.
After Brian, we'll have Sarah Straza, and then Daniel Straza, and then Pat DeMario.
Brian Mosley, Morrison Ranch. 3 months ago, for the first time in my life, I decided to become politically active. Wrote a flyer about the reasons this was ridiculous. Stood out on our street with a 65-foot tall helium balloon and explained to my neighbors what was happening. Before, I didn't even want to put my name to that because I know what politics is like and I know how things go. But I put it at the bottom of that I hope that we could be civil, that we could oppose it. And I would just say that, you know, I've tried to be good cop, as I'd like to say, as I talk to people and do things the right way. I've appreciated the chance to meet with all of you, or with most of you, and to see what we can do to improve the process. But I would just say that, you know, yes, I've agreed to meet, as I've always agreed to meet with the developers to talk about if there's a change. But the problem from the beginning is the developers have felt loud and clear that the town supports this, meaning the bureaucracy, meaning you. And tonight it is on the agenda. You do have the opportunity, having read and prepared for tonight's meeting, to say what you feel about it, to, even if you grant a continuance, to say that you think it should come back with significant changes. Please do that.
Good evening, Town Council. I'm Sarah Straza. I live in Gilbert. In good faith, I'm hoping that you will guarantee the same votes in the referendum in December that are due now. Also, in regards to this is one of the plans that I went to the table with. I recently met with Adam Baugh and Cole Mena, which is a developer partnering with IndyCap, who stated they align themselves with the visions of IndyCap and values. Over an hour of discussing the plan, I basically candidly asked them if they would consider rezoning the business park and the commercial for over 40 acres apiece. And they looked me in the eye and they said no. And that's only a marginal, modest 26% of the entire development. That being said, we made some really great recommendations, including rerouting this onto Warner Road, which would allow the traffic to be deferred away from the schools, despite it still being able to go to the lower 202, right here rather. So we wanted to make this whole road here.
Keep going.
Under the regular circumstances, you would align more. Yes.
I'm not able to break away from my family to make a lot of these meetings, and I need you to come with us. So can I please just tell you a little bit about what we discussed so that we can make informed decisions together?
Ma'am, we're not making a decision on this case tonight. We're going to discuss the continuation.
Not, but until the 13th. So you guys are going to be meeting.
No, we don't meet intermittently. That's what I don't think all of you don't understand. This is the first time the 7 of us are hearing this case together.
He told me that he
I need for you to move on so we can continue the public comment, please. Thank you.
Good evening, I'm Daniel, I live in Morrison Ranch. I'll make this quick and we'll talk about the people that you're potentially doing business with. Mike Chernine, IndyCap owner who claims to be an industrial-only developer who has only bankrupted at least one company so far, leaving projects incomplete, but put up cookie-cutter mass industrial through other areas like Eastmark. To make matters worse, Lauren, he also taken money from hundreds of firefighters and police officers to the tune of $200 million and lost it on risky investments. Is that something you want to do business with? I don't. Mike Chernine was arrogant enough to tout on an interview in a 2020 YouTube podcast called The Scrappy Entrepreneur and brags about rezoning property with the help of local politicians to turn a profit. I quote him saying, really, you make money either way on the buy, or you buy it at a set price and then you go create some value to it. Rezone it for apartments or something like that by using our political pull in order to do that. Looks like he's doing that here again tonight. What happens is the developer has now found a perfect community and is exploiting it solely for monetary gains.
Pat Mario, Morrison Ranch. Let's talk money. Consider this. If the rezoning is approved and massive warehouses are built, it's guaranteed that Morrison Ranch homes will lose value. Why should you care? You should care, because that reduces the amount of tax revenue dollars to the town of Gilbert through property taxes and through decreased or stagnant population growth as word spreads of what happens to residents of Gilbert due to council's decisions. The developer insists that this plan is in the town of Gilbert's best interest for the future. Why? Because that's what they want you to believe. The developer insists that there's no other option for this plant, otherwise it would have been sold by now. That's nonsense. We know the seller had need of that land until recently and made it difficult for potential buyers with his stipulations, all about money, of course. Consider, is the developer in a hurry to take advantage of government chip money? Wouldn't it be prudent to call the Dallas, Texas Town Council and Police Department and inquire what they think about working with IndyCap on this massive project? A project that will totally disrupt the citizens of an upscale neighborhood and negatively impact Gilbert as a whole.
Yeah, and also for the record, there were 1,337 online comment cards received. For item 18, one in support, obviously the rest of them against.
I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing on this topic and bring it back to the council for discussion. Council, the item before us is the requested continuation for this project to December 13th, 2022. If you have any comments or anything that you would like to add at this point, or any questions for each other?
May I make a comment?
Yes, absolutely. Please stop shouting out so that we can actually have a discussion about the project. Please.
Ma'am, what's her name? Sarah? Sarah, would you send me your comments, please? And if we could talk on the phone, I'm very interested in hearing those. And I'm sorry we weren't able to talk tonight, so thank you. Councilmember Hendricks had mentioned that I believe there are some people here that would like to try to come up with some type of solution that works for the residents and provide an employment opportunity within our community. And I've been committed to work with the residents and the developer along the way, and we've seen some change. I do believe there's room for additional change, and I would like for us to be able to continue this conversation. I think it is hard with big groups to really come in to where we make changes and recommendations and get everybody's approval. So I hope that as a group you'll consider the best way to represent all of you and be productive, but I am committed to helping with that. I don't know if anybody else wanted to make comments, but if not, then I would make a motion to continue this to our December 13th meeting.
I would just
Yes. Councilmember Anderson?
Just a brief comment about about postponing this.
My question to everyone who's in attendance tonight is, where are those who came up 2 weeks ago to the podium and said there's a win-win solution here? We can find a winning solution for all parties. We just need a little bit more time. Well, that was 2 weeks ago, and now we're going another month. Please, please, don't say that the developer is not doing anything. Sit down with him and talk about the stipulations. I've seen a lot of stipulations that he's created based on input from you. Keep doing that so we can get to a final win-win solution. I don't want to hear everybody saying that you're just totally against the whole project and then have some say, well, there is a solution. We could find a solution. Please, let's work together and find the solution for this.
They told us no, we tried that.
Thank you, Councilmember Anderson. Any other comments by the council, Vice Mayor?
Yeah, just one comment, and this is just meant as insight for both parties involved, both the residents as well as, you know, the interests of the developer, and perhaps the developers have a better insight into this only from the standpoint of, you know, if they've been watching and council meetings for a long time, maybe they already know this, but I am a strong advocate of property rights when it comes to the system of planning that we have. I'm not shy in expressing my displeasure with the model itself, but it is the model that we have to work within. And so when it comes to my own way in which I look at these, I do find when it comes to rezoning in specific, that the burden is higher on the developer to prove that that they are not going to be imposing negative externalities on existing property interests who have made their purchasing decisions based upon understanding what the landscape looks like at the time of that static decision. And so I will be looking for that information. That's what I need to make a good, sound decision. And that onus is on the developer to provide that one, that either there isn't going to be a negative externalities on the surrounding interests, and then is there a way to mitigate those to substantially decrease that? I'm going to need those kinds of answers to get me to a sense of being able to adjudicate these property interests, which is what we're trying to do as a body. So that's insight into how I look at this from a methodology standpoint, from a philosophic standpoint. So the more the facts and data, both on either side, this, both on what the residents think those negative impacts are going to be, but also the higher burden for the developer to show that this isn't going to, since you are the one intending to change what currently is the planning situation. So take that for what it's worth. We obviously have another month to bring something forward. I know I'm just one vote, so whatever that means, that's how I look at this.
Councilmember Kaprowski.
I've attended and watched the Planning Commission meetings and have been intently watching this process unfold at every council meeting. I appreciate the resident feedback that has been received. I recognize that this is a very emotional issue for residents, especially those in the Elliott Groves neighborhood, and I share many of your concerns. I'm glad to see that some of the plan has changed from the original plan to what was going to be proposed tonight, and now we know it will likely change with a potential continuance. But I appreciate the effort that the neighbors and the citizens have made to work with the developer, and the efforts of the developer as well. I want to also just address some public accusations that have been made about campaign contributions to my election campaign this year. There's no dollar amount, there's no fame, there's no project that would cause me to compromise my integrity. I serve this community in the only way that I know how, and that's by learning and studying and listening and weighing the merits of each project, and this development is no different. I'm by far the largest contributor to my own campaign, and I just hope you understand that I'm an honest person, my integrity is intact, and my vote in the future, in the past, in the present, is just not related to my campaign contributions. I really love this town and want to serve this community.
Councilmember September.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to thank Brian Mosley for working so diligently, for coming up with rational, creative recommendations, and we're seeing them in the plan that is available today for us to view. The original plan was not acceptable in my view, and I still think that there's work to be done, and I think there's room for the developer to make additional concessions or changes to the site plan or other softening, especially along that western border. So Brian, please don't give up, keep working with them, and I want to thank you for your input in all of this process.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Hendricks.
I'll be quick. I took 10 minutes or 15 minutes yours already, but the gentleman in the front here had some pictures. I wonder if I could get a copy of those somehow. If you could, absolutely. If you could email them, PDF, whatever. Absolutely. And the lady further back, I'm sorry I don't know your name. You had some pictures. You had some ideas for the developer. You said you can't come to meetings because you work. I'll be happy to meet with you in the evening. I'll meet with you on Saturday. I'll meet with you on Thanksgiving Day. I'd like to hear your ideas.
I've been to multiple meetings and spoke.
Do these look different?
So
Can,
this was the one that was proposed. This is the new one. They literally totally made it work.
I'm sorry, I can't listen to them right now, but I would like to hear from you.
Sarah, can you please send an email to all of us with your information in it, please?
To mitigate vitriol. If I do this without everyone knowing, then they think I'm working with you. I want to have transparency. We need to have these group meetings. And I don't want them to be like, oh, these people are being private developer. It causes too much chaos and concern in the community.
I understand.
So can you please give me just 2 minutes?
At this point, I've closed the public hearing, so I can't do that. We have to continue with our discussion here. Councilmember Hendricks asked you for something specific. Councilmember Tilke asked you to send your comments to us. That would be very, very helpful. By law, the 7 of us can't meet together except in this format. So that's why you get 1 or 2 council members to come out and meet. So,
Bridget, this is all in your inbox, by the way.
I sent all of these to you.
Check your inbox.
okay, thank you. I will go back and check that. I get hundreds of emails, so thank you. I appreciate that. Bringing it back to the dais this evening, we appreciate all of the comments. I've been the one that's been saying to the developer all along that I think it's too much light industrial. I think it's too much light industrial. I think it's too much light industrial. I've said it over and over again. I'm not comfortable with the project. I know that's why that they decided to, and I heard from Councilmember Hendricks that he was the one that asked them to bring it back. He does know some of these people personally, but I want to comment on a couple of things. We do not give developers special treatment. We are not going into business with this gentleman. This is not a public-private partnership. This is a gentleman potentially purchasing land in this town. Our role in that is to decide whether or not he can use it to the way he's asking to use it, requesting to use it. We are not going into business with this man. I try to factor in all of the facts. I don't make a decision until I hear from everybody, the developer, the public, the rest of the council members, when I'm hearing a case and making a decision on a case. This case is a tough one. I was asked if some things keep me up at night. This is one of the cases that keeps me up at night. I think about it. I was up half the night last night thinking about it because I knew all of you would be here this evening. And then I learned at about 4 o'clock this afternoon that it was potentially going to be continued. And that concerned me immensely because then...
But you're not supposed to know that, so how did you know that? Uh-oh.
I didn't say that. This evening I said that I didn't have anything formal on the dais to address. That's the last question I'm going to take from the audience. I heard this afternoon that it was potentially going to ask for a continuance. I was told that the neighbors were going to be made aware of that. We didn't have anything until I got here at the desk when I asked our town attorney if we had anything, and he shared the email that had been sent while we were in exec session. So we didn't know anything about it before then. It was only something I had heard possible would happen. Rumors do spread in a town this big, and I did hear it, that it was possible. I was immensely concerned that it would be continued to December because I had had a conversation with Mr. Mosley about continuing to December and what that would do if the residents chose to pull a referendum. That has concerned me a lot. By law, we cannot change the numbers on those. Once this election is certified or canvassed later this month, the numbers will be whatever they are. I don't even know what those are yet because all the ballots haven't been counted. So I won't know what those numbers are for probably days at this point. And I did not want to come to continue this tonight because of that. But we have a recommendation. No, I don't. I do not have the power when the applicant has requested a continuance. If we deny the continuance, it doesn't mean the case gets heard this evening. That's the difference. If we deny the continuance, the case still isn't going to get heard or voted on this evening because they asked for a continuance. That will be what we're voting on this evening. There was one other thing that I wanted to mention. Let's vote? Okay, I will bring it back to the dais for a motion if someone would like to do that. Do we need to reset our iPads, or are we good? Because it's been quite a while. Sorry. We have one more meeting in this room after tonight, and then we'll be with our brand-new software in the new old space.
I thought we had a motion already.
No, we don't have a motion yet. I just said let's bring it back to the dais, but we need to have these reset, or we can do a motion while they're resetting them, but we won't be able to vote until they're reset. Make sure. Mine clicked on, so. Does somebody want to make a motion?
Mayor, we're pretty sure Kathy made a motion.
Oh, did you make a motion?
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
but
I'm
it
sorry.
wasn't seconded yet.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't hear you, Kathy. I'm sorry.
Early on,
Councilmember Chokey.
So I'll restate the motion to continue this to December 13th to allow time to meet with the neighbors.
Do I have a second? Councilmember Anderson, was that you? We have a motion by Councilmember Tilkey, seconded by Councilmember Anderson. Please vote. Motion passes 7-0. Thank you, everyone. I'll give you a couple minutes if you'd like to exit the auditorium. We're going to recess for 5 minutes. 30-second warning. If everybody could please take your seats. 30-second warning.
Did somebody Keith probably came over and like waved his hands over it.
Look, at the last email I sent myself was the Wi-Fi. It just came through right now.
Yeah, thank you very much.
My Wi-Fi just got fixed. Did you do something?
Thank you, everyone, for allowing us to take just a couple-minute break. It gets difficult to sit here for that long without being able just to take a quick break. We'll move back into our public hearing portion of our agenda. We have 2 liquor licenses. Would anybody like to open the public hearing on the 2 liquor licenses? I don't have any comment cards to speak on those 2. I'll close the public hearing. Was that an opposed to item 13? We have 1 opposed online comment for item 13. Otherwise, I don't have any comments to speak on 13 and 14. I'll close the public hearing, bring it back to the council if someone would like to make a motion, please.
Motion to approve item 13.
13 and 14, both 13 and 14?
13 and 14.
Both liquor licenses. Thank you. A second?
Second.
Vice Mayor Yentes, seconded by Councilmember Tilke. Please vote. Motion passes. Oh, motion hasn't finalized yet. Sorry, I jumped the gun. Councilmember Anderson? Uh-oh. Councilmember Anderson needs a reset, please. Can I have you give a verbal vote for this one, Councilmember Anderson? It's the... Can you show the screen then, Judy? Motion passes 7-0. Next on our agenda, we have items 15A and B. I'll open the public hearing for general plan GP 22-09 and Z 22-07, Stillwater at Rivulon. Is staff, Ashley McDonald, staff is here to make a short presentation, Ashley, I believe.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I can give a brief presentation as soon as my PowerPoint gets loaded. Thank you. All right, so this is for GP 2209 and Z 2207. It's the Stillwater Rivulon project. Rivulon is located between Gilbert Road and Lindsay Road, north of the 202 and south of Pecos Road. It encompasses this large area. The site we're talking about tonight is a 10-acre site located within the center of that, if you will, as indicated by the red area on the map. It's just north of Rivulon Boulevard, which is under construction, should be open soon. If you look at the zoning map, zooming in a little bit closer, this area is largely zoned business park. You see a couple of areas on the map that have that hash pattern, the white dots. That is area that has not yet been annexed by the town and is a county island. The rest of the property is zoned business park in the immediate vicinity. Rivulon also includes some regional commercial along Gilbert Road. The subject site is currently zoned business park as well, but the applicant, again, is seeking to amend both the general plan and rezone the site as part of this application. As I mentioned, this is part of a larger master plan development. Rivulon is about 280 acres. I thought this map was a good one to kind of illustrate what is planned and what is coming through. So immediately west of the subject site, there is the Rivulon Commons office buildings. It's comprised of 4 two-story office buildings. Staff is currently reviewing a 5th office building just north of the subject site that will be located between the proposed multifamily and Pecos Road. And then we have the multifamily project proposed at the center of this map. As I mentioned, the site is 10.3 acres as part of that larger 280-acre Rivulon master plan development. The applicant is specifically seeking a general plan amendment to go from general office to residential 25 to 50 dwelling units per acre. Accompanying that application is a rezoning and PAD amendment request to change the property from business park with a PAD to multifamily high with a PAD. This property, along with the remainder that I've showed you on some previous slides, does have a planned area development overlay on it, which provides some deviations to development standards. The applicant is looking to amend that PAD by incorporating this site as a multifamily piece, but largely the conditions that exist in the Rivulon PAD would remain. I'll go over a couple of modifications on some of the next slides. First, I want to talk about the general plan amendment. This property is located within a growth area. Our general plan identifies growth areas that are ideally suited for mixed-use development. This one specifically is within the Gilbert and 202 growth area, so it does focus on employment uses, but does seek to have a mixed-use component. And so with that, the applicant is proposing the multifamily. With the PAD amendment, they are seeking a couple of modifications to the development standards, one of those being the maximum height allowed in the zoning district. So if approved, they would request that they have an increase in height from 55 feet to 65 feet to allow for a 5-story multifamily building. In addition, the applicant is seeking a modification to the common open space requirement. The multifamily high district requires 40% open space, and the applicant is proposing 30%. It is important to note that if you look at the Rivulon development as a whole, they do meet their open space requirement. The Rivulon Commons development that I noted just to the west of this has an excess of about 120,000 square feet of open space beyond what they're required to provide, whereas the deficit here is only about 36,000 square feet. So if you look at the development as a whole, they're certainly providing in excess of the amount of common open space that they're required. As it relates to height, the site is located within a vertical development overlay district. The vertical development overlay district does allow for increased height for uses within the regional, commercial, general office, or business park zoning districts. So although the applicant here is proposing multifamily high and they wouldn't be allowed those additional heights by right, I point that out because given the context of the area, we would expect to see taller buildings within this development area. And by way of example, there are existing buildings that exceed a 65-foot height in the vicinity. The Bank of America, Finance of America building was approved at 72 feet. The Isogenics building that we see as we drive down the 202 is 67 feet. And then we've also approved in the past couple of years, but it hasn't been constructed yet, the Rivulon Lake office buildings at 71 feet. So I just share that so you understand kind of the context of the area as it relates to the height request. I mentioned that there is an existing PAD that contains some deviations. One of those is parking standards. The applicant is looking to apply those same parking standard deviations to this multifamily property, and that would allow for more parking spaces between landscape islands that exists in Rivulon today, but the ordinance specifies that that applies to office districts, and so they're looking to add into the condition that those standards also apply to multifamily. Along with the PAD, the applicant is seeking approval of a development plan. So any future development that occurs on this parcel, if approved, would have to comply substantially with the development plan shown on the screen. This includes access points off of La Arbolita to the east and Rivulon Boulevard to the south. There's one primary building for the multifamily located at the center of the site, and then just north of that building is a garage building to satisfy the parking requirements for enclosed spaces. As far as public input goes, the neighborhood meeting was held in March of 2022. There were no attendees at that neighborhood meeting beyond staff and the applicant team. Since that time, staff has received 37 comments from the public and opposition, citing primarily the number of existing apartments, concerns about traffic, building height, density, concerns about infrastructure, and public safety. We have received, as part of your packet, 2 letters of support as well as a letter of support from the Chamber of Commerce on this project. At the Planning Commission meeting that was held just a couple of weeks ago on November 2nd, there were 10 speakers in opposition. 3 members of the public filled out comment cards in opposition but did not wish to speak at that meeting. They voiced some of the same concerns that I cited that we've received in those letters. With that, the Planning Commission did recommend approval of both items with a vote of 5-1. Happy to answer any questions the council might have on this item tonight.
Council members, any questions for Ashley? Ashley, I have one about the overlay. The use of the overlay is not meant for just commercial business park. It can be used for multifamily also.
So the overlay specifies that uses in the regional commercial general office and business park zoning can go up to 90 feet by right, so without an additional approval. It makes no mention of multifamily, and so it would require a PAD and action by council to allow a greater height.
Thank you. Any other comments, questions? Councilmember Anderson, do you have any comments or questions for Ashley?
Yeah, one question for Ashley. Ashley, we're working on a mixed-use zoning district. Is this an example of where it could be used at some point in time? Is something we could point at to show the public what a mixed-use development could become?
Mayor and Councilmember Anderson, yes, this would be an example of a potential mixed-use development.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Anderson. Thank you, Ashley. As the applicant here, would they like to make a presentation? I see Mr. Baugh headed to the podium.
Members of the Commission or Council, Adam Baugh, on behalf of Nationwide. When Nationwide began acquiring the parcels in this area about 2006 and continued acquiring through 2018, the idea was to assemble an opportunity for an employment park. An employment park is probably one of the premier gems within the town of Gilbert. As Nationwide has gone forward, they've been intentional about building out what will hopefully be one of the largest employment parks in the town. But it occurs at a pace that's prudent, that's wise, that's reflective of the market conditions, and also for the users that want to come there. At the time when they put the zoning on the property, they put BP because that was the big picture of what they want to do, but knowing that different components would come online at different times when needed. Because of their experience developing Gainey Ranch and Cabazon, North Scottsdale, and the Arena District in Cleveland, they know that good employment parks still have a balance of uses, but until that time came when they could identify what those uses would be and when, that zoning has been in place. Now we're at the chance to actually move forward. And so Nationwide, as you've seen, has been a model and a good community partner, but now it's the time to bring forward a residential component as part of this project. And soon after that, you'll likely see other components too, particularly along the frontage of Pecos Road and Lindsay Road. They'll have probably more of a mixed-use nature to them as well. What's been important for Rivulon, though, is that as they've attracted great tenants like Deloitte and Isogenics and Morgan Stanley, key to its success, though, in the long-term vision of that site is having the ability of proximate housing for employees or other folks living nearby. And as a result, good dynamic mixed-use neighborhoods need these well-balanced uses that are within it. The proposal that's before you today is about 10 acres or so, 352 units and 60 feet tall. It's still less height than what would otherwise be allowed in the vertical height overlay district had it been an office building. But what's important to them is the ability to be located along that pedestrian spine that cuts across the commons buildings. They see this as an important asset that serves this project and the balance so the residents can work together and within them. What's unique about this one, though, is the abundance of private open space with each unit. We think that is an important amenity for what we're trying to offer and propose. As you look at what Rivulon is, though, it's a premium quality product. It's a chance to actually have employees or living close to where people may work. And the difference is, as opposed to like another single family or multifamily development, you would likely place that at the corner, maybe at Pecos Road or Lindsay Road where you have drive-by traffic. That's not the case here. We believe that the value of this land is still in the employment park and the components that serve it. And those components along the street frontage are important. It's necessary that they have the type of visibility for long-term success of those employment retail uses. But if you are trying to create a balanced project like this to serve the overall community within Rivulon, it's important that it be located in the center along that spine area. And so you can kind of see The intent here is to essentially provide the workforce housing, but also folks who want to live and work in the immediate area. This has become a preferred area for the town. It's become a preferred area for employers. With a large number of employers, they do need these types of things. And we believe that this opportunity will also help support the expected retail that will be planned at the northeast corner of the site. I think for those reasons, that's why you see letters of support from Deloitte, from the Chamber of Commerce, because they recognize that good planned employment parks still have supporting uses to sustain them. So with that being said, I think what we appreciated some of the comments we heard in the Planning Commission. One, there was a comment about height, and I think it's important to remind folks that you can have encouraged by the vertical height overlay up to 90 feet tall buildings here. There was a comment about traffic, but as we went forward and analyzed that further and worked with our traffic engineer to evaluate how much traffic could be created by the present entitlement versus what we're proposing, it is much less. The important part about Rivulon Boulevard was a comment we heard. And Rivulon Boulevard cuts through the center of the project heading east and west. It's a public street, and it's in the middle of being built out right now. But once it's completed, it will operate like all other public streets with curb, gutter, sidewalk, street lights, et cetera. So it is a safe way once it will be open and operating. The last thing I heard is maybe this would somehow overcrowd the schools, but as we've seen with our other similar developments, they create about 3% of the residents, our student age population, which is like 12 to 15 kids. And we've actually received a letter from the school district confirming that they have sufficient capacity for our development. So at the end of the day, we believe this meets the intent of what Rivulon envisioned all along. It's just at the phase of development where these additional components will start to come online. We still have preserved the southern half along the 202 freeway, the northern half along Pecos, the eastern half along Lindsay, because we believe those are prime spots for employment and retail opportunities. But we think situated here in the center is a good balance to support this. And for those reasons, we think the integration of it is necessary and vital to the success of this park long term. And I'm here as well as the nationwide team if there are any particular questions for them.
Thank you, Mr. Ball. Any comments or questions for Mr. Ball at this time? Councilmember Anderson, anything at this time?
No, thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Thanks, Mr. Ball. We'll move into public comment. Vice Mayor?
We have 3 public comments, as well as, let's see, 4 not wishing to speak and 3 wishing to speak. So for our 3 speakers, Trent Grossarth. And then we'll have David Rigby and Sakura Flowers. Can we do 3 minutes? No.
Hello, my name is Trent Grossarth, and I am a resident of the northwest corner of Pecos and Lindsay, so right across from this development of Rivulon. So thank you so much for your time and allowing me to be here. I did have a chance to also speak at the Planning Commission, and I am in opposition of the rezoning of this area, and shared with them, if I had Ashley's pictures, that's a great picture, if we could show it, it would be wonderful. If you think about what's north of the 202, so we know that Gilbert Road, we transitioned over to Chandler, and east of that is Gilbert. What's north of that was a vision that was set many years ago and has been fulfilled. We have low density, large plots, SF10, SF35, SF43. That area has been filled with homes and people who desired to come to Gilbert for the purpose of having this picture where we see how Gilbert was, and so we can think about that there. So when you think about the general plan that's there now of businesses, that's relevant and consistent with kind of the general plan of Gilbert to have along the corridor, business corridor. What's an outlier is a 5-story apartment complex, a single building amongst an area that has general businesses, small micro farms, and large development homes, meaning large plot size homes. So it does not seem to make sense. This is incongruent to the general area. Now, if you move east of there, you move to the Spectrum area, there is a gradual transition. The plot sizes get smaller, and we move into the area of apartment complexes and businesses. So this makes absolute sense of how it's laid out, the vision that was set a while ago, but we seem to want to change it. And just because a developer says that things change, which they do, we know they all do, doesn't mean that we have to prove it. And so my request to you today is to, I guess you have no choice to pick it apart and deny the 5-foot story part of it, but deny it and send it back to the Planning Commission. If we're looking for a compromise, let's go back to a compromise. Now, it was brought to the attention that there was no community involvement early on when this was brought forward, and let me tell you why that was. Because the placement of this property, this rezoning, our current laws state that you have to notify people within 300 feet. Well, I think you saw the image. There's nobody within 300 feet. Sorry, I know we have one resident here who's right across the street from it. So we have 1, maybe 2, maybe 5 people within 300 feet. So please let us have a chance to revisit this in a proper manner.
David Rigby.
Hello, Council. I'm David Rigby, a 10-year resident of Gilbert. I live in the Allen Ranch area, which is just north of this proposed development. I've done my best to try and understand how it is in a community like Gilbert that many of us have moved to, that we've seen this recent overdevelopment, in my opinion, of high-density housing, of things that are not congruent with what the average majority Gilbert resident wants. As I look at this picture, this is a picture of the rendering of this monstrous 5-story apartment building. Does anybody think, when I look at, oh, hopefully that's alive still. Does anybody look at a picture like that and think, hey, that looks like Gilbert? That's what I think of when I think of Gilbert. Yet we're just wholesale rushing into so much of this. And it's changing the fabric of what it feels like to be a Gilbert resident. When I think of my neighbors who live right there in that property, my good friend Tomas, who is a sheep herder and has lived in that property since the 70s with his family, raising his grandkids, right there, being muscled out, being pressured by a 5-story, 352-unit complex that's going to be right in their front yard. Where is their voice as a citizen? Versus the Columbus, Ohio-based Nationwide, who in the planning meeting, which I attended, Adam Baugh let out by saying Nationwide had a vision. Well, so did the residents of Gilbert. We had a vision of a family environment, not high-rise buildings, not a business corridor that is what's going on there, and that's what it's zoned for. And I'm not going to fight. I'm a proponent of property rights too. But in 2020, the citizens of this community voted for a general plan that does not include high-density residential housing. And not only high-density, they're asking for exceptions on top of that, to go 10 feet higher, to exclude parking spots, to reduce open space. Yes, they say that there's other areas that haven't been accounted for in that open space, but this is something, if they can willy-nilly change this plan and say that was just a placeholder, we just put that there because we didn't know what we were going to do. If this general plan that we voted on as citizens doesn't mean anything, then what does? And what's our guarantee that they're not going to make some other proposal and want to build another high-density proposed housing? I work in the ER. Our ERs are overwhelmed to the point where they're dangerous. People are dying in the lobbies. To say that this, and Withy Morris's statement that this is going to have no impact on the community, to say it's not going to impact schools, which the school representative stated has not been involved by Whitney Morris or Nationwide at all. 0 participants. I think our council should take that into consideration. If they have 0 participants, send them back, ask them to invite the community, because in Gilbert, people need the community.
Sakura Flowers.
Hello, my name is Sakura Flowers. My family purchased the property that I actually rode my horse on. I got to drive a car in the back. That's how I learned how to drive a car. And then I was fortunate enough that the pasture was gifted to my husband and I. There is a foregone conclusion when I see all of these aerials that Nationwide owns all that property. They do not. They make the statement that that is in the center of their development, but it is on the edge. It's an interior edge, but it is in the center of what they want. It's mentioned that there's usually a transition, which is why I wasn't concerned. My mom retired from the planning and zoning department. I knew what was going to be built, but I also knew what the zonings and the general plan was going to be. I was not concerned about having a business park as a neighbor. There was transition, there were buffers, there was landscaping. And yes, they graciously built a road on their own property, but they didn't even put a fence on that property where that road is. So that road that's going to be dedicated to Gilbert actually is almost on the property line of my neighbor, Mr. Gandera. There's nothing that if a car goes off, that is going to keep that from careening into his property. I feel that there needs to be more involvement with the communities. I thought as I touched the planned area of development that I would be given a written notice. I found out because I'm 300 feet away, I was not. Signage was on streets that were under construction that even if you tried to walk on, you were ushered away for safety reasons. So please, the general plan was voted in. It was your guidance. It was as a total to what Gilbert is supposed to be, instead of looking at each parcel that comes up available as piecemeal to try to decide what the vision of our town is. So please, reject this. It needs to go back. It needs to have more vision. It needs to keep that employment base, and it also needs to fit in with the development. There are 6 buildings that were supposed to be built there. You can see them. They run in a parallel line. If you looked at Rivulon's website before, those were there. Now there's only 5, and now there's an apartment complex that is stuck in there. There are other areas in that business park where it could be further away, closer to that employment that they say that apartment building is going to actually support. Thank you.
We also have comment cards that were received online, 27 of them, as well as 2 emails, and all opposed.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Following the public testimony, we ask the applicant to come back to the podium for a response, and if you can answer or any of the questions that were asked or any of the comments that were made, if you have comments back. Thank you.
You know, the challenge with growth is that you're always abutting against something. And as the town has grown up from what used to be a rural area to a town and that operates much bigger than a typical town, you naturally have the necessity of uses. Uses that went from just small 1-acre lots to subdivisions, to employment parks, to commercial shopping centers, to auto dealerships nearby, to even what we're proposing here today. I think what's important here is that this project, the 300 acres of land between Gilbert to Lindsay, Pecos to the 202 freeway, Nationwide owns 280 of those 300-ish acres. That area in this plan was always intended for far greater intensity than what you've seen yet today. The whole point of the vertical height overlay was to increase that type of height that's in the area. What we're proposing is not is compatible with what you would expect to see with the heights that are long intended for this area, and frankly will come. But as you think through what we've done, is not put this on the periphery, but rather in the interior of this development, precisely because it's internalized to the development to serve the development. Unlike anybody else who would have put on the edge and attract a different type of consumer, this is intentional for that reason. Our signs were posted on Pecos Road, Lindsay Road, and Rivulon, and another road next to our project. So we have complied with every regard to the town's notice requirements. At the end of the day, this is an important part to what Rivulon does. That's why they've been successful in Gainey Ranch, in Cavazon, and in the other arena district, because they have these balance of uses. And there will still be changes of uses. I don't know when the timing will necessitate it, but we expect that there will be a variety of additional uses that will be necessary to serve this project going forward. If you desire, Jim Ross is here with me from Nationwide and can maybe even share more about their vision, but it is an important component of what their plan is.
Thank you, Mr. Baugh. Any comments or questions for Mr. Baugh? Seeing none, thank you, Adam. Ashley, do you have any follow-up questions for a staff response? Thank you, Ashley. I will go ahead and close the public hearing and bring it back to the dais for discussion, motion, deliberation, action. Councilmember September?
Yeah, Mayor, I actually do have a question for the applicant. Can we?
I'll reopen the public hearing and bring the applicant back to the podium.
Thank you for your flexibility, your continued flexibility tonight. Mr. Baugh, I was at the Planning Commission hearing for this case, and I believe one of the residents talked about a well that they felt was at risk, exposure to the roadway with all the additional traffic. Are you aware of this? And were you able to? I know you guys were going to talk to the neighbor. I believe that was discussed at the Planning Commission hearing. But can you speak to that a little bit? Was anything done to help resolve that issue?
So what we've learned is it's a private well on private property. And I think the concern we heard at Planning Commission was that the well was next to the roadway and their fear that a car would maybe leave the roadway or crash the roadway into the well. We've since looked into that, and that well is 35 feet away from the roadway. We felt like that was a sufficient distance if the concern was safety. We remain open and willing to help if there is a desire for some additional protective barrier, bollard for that, but it is a significant distance from the roadway.
Thank you, Mr. Baugh. I mean, 35 feet goes by really fast at 45 miles an hour. And so I'm just wondering if, and I know the cost of bollards can't be too cost prohibitive. I was wondering if you would agree to a stipulation to include those.
I think we're agreeable working together. It's on private property, so I can't do something on someone else's land unless they provide that authorization.
It's not.
Thank you. Thank you.
Ma'am, please, you didn't request to speak during the public hearing. Please sit down. Vice Mayor can read your comment into the record. Thank you, Mr. Baugh. Close the public hearing, bring it back to the dais.
You want me to read in the public comments?
Open the public hearing so you can read the public comments. Thank you.
There's just a couple. Elizabeth Gandara. I live right in front of this. We don't need an apartment hovering over my house. We have too many apartments in Gilbert. Our community's well is unprotected. They took down our main fence to our driveway. No apartments. I have pictures if needed. And then Michael DeSantis didn't have any other comments on his card. And then Marie DeSantis, new apartments. This is a low density zone. And Tony DeSantis, no apartments.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. We will close the public hearing, bring it back to the dais for discussion, deliberation, motion, action. Councilmember Tilke.
Thanks. I'll just make some comments. I first want to recognize that Rivulon is an important employment corridor and project for the town of Gilbert, and they do offer a lot of high-wage jobs, corporate headquarters, and other opportunities. when I served as president of and CEO of the Gilbert Chamber of Commerce, we had a lot of meetings with businesses over the years, and particularly in regards to this case, with the employers there in that Rivulon development. They had two top priorities that were concerns of theirs that they have expressed to us from the beginning. So as soon as they moved in, one was a concern for having housing close by that their employees could rent, especially the younger employees that they recruit from across the nation and elsewhere. The other one was that they wanted commercial amenities within walking distance from their business so that they could attract and retain employees, and they thought that that was really important. As I look at this particular project, I guess first I'm going to go off this particular comment to the notification of neighbors, and I think that as we move forward with our communication subcommittee and reach out to our residents and receive feedback about how we can be better at communicating, I think that this is one of those topics of how we can ensure that we are notifying neighbors further out so that they are able to be part of the process early on and not feel that maybe they weren't notified in time or something. So I bring that up as just a comment that I think it is an area that we need to look at as a community. This is a big ask, I think, of Rivulon, but I think it's an important ask to address the employers' needs that are currently there and that we're going to be recruiting in the future. Though, saying that, I want to say that one expectation I do have is if this moves forward and we are able to provide that housing, there is a commercial component that is very important that meets those employers' needs, and I would like to see that move forward quicker than later, because I don't want to be stuck later and that commercial doesn't happen. And so that's an important piece to me. I don't need to put it as part of the motion, but I'm just sharing that. I understand the concerns. I know that you do a very high quality project, that you've tried to be very considerate to moving that as far away from neighbors as you could and have the least amount of impact on that portion of it. So those are my comments for now, and I'll wait for others. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilmember Tilke. Councilmember Anderson, do you have anything that you'd like to add?
Just a comment on, I've said this before, and you've all heard this, so I'll keep saying it, buckle up. Over the next 10 years, as our community continues in build out, reach build out, this is going to be coming up more often than not, where we have development, mixed-use development, good mixed-use development like this, that is near our neighborhoods that have grown up and have gotten used to vacant land, gotten used to other uses, and now we have new uses that are being proposed to infill in the town. And so we'll see more of these, and I think each one will come with its own merits, and that's certainly part of what we have to measure are the merits of the case and how it serves the entire community.
Thank you, Councilmember Anderson. Great reminder. We will be facing a lot of this as we are getting closer to build out. Any other comments? Councilmember September?
Sure, Mayor. I mean, I might feel differently about this proposal if it was on the edge of the Rivulon area, but because it is in the interior, I feel like that's a good placement for it. I think it's consistent with even the 10-foot height increase is consistent with the with the contemplated environment of Rivulon, which can go up to 90 feet in a general office environment. So I don't think that's out of place. And I think multifamily is important. I think we all saw the emails. There were several from local businesses that were not even on property, that were outside of Rivulon that supported this because they recognize that that rooftop is going to support the retail in the area, and having some affordable homes for the younger professionals that are going to be here moving in that Rivulon area, I think is important. So just wanted to share those thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Anybody else? As been said, Rivulon is a major development in our community there at Gilbert and the 202, and this has been a conversation for a very long time with them and the businesses. Long before I was even on the town council, I was hearing that the conversation was happening because the businesses needed the residential close by for their employees to live in and for those businesses to succeed. And we hear more and more all the time that people want to have the opportunity to live closer to work so that they can really live, work, and play within the same vicinity. And Mr. Baugh mentioned that there probably will be some changes in the future. I keep asking Rivulon to come up with a conference center or something at Rivulon because I think it would be a great location for something like that. We need a place that we can, since I have the mic and they're here, I'm gonna throw it out there again. I think a conference center is something that we really need in Gilbert, and I think that would be a great location for it. We don't have space to do a large conference, and I think the businesses would benefit from that. Again, Councilmember September mentioned that this project is internal to the space. It is not it's not right up against Pecos or up against Lindsay, and I think that was a deciding factor for me as I was looking at this project also, because it isn't as the placement is very important. And being in the vertical overlay, this property was in mind when the vertical overlay was developed many years ago, right along the 202. And so it fits that also. I guess those are my comments. Do I have anyone that would like to comment further or make a motion? We'll need two separate motions, GP and a zoning, please.
Is that 15 and 15A?
It'd be 15A and 15B. So we'll need a motion for the general plan amendment and then a separate one for the zoning.
Okay, can we do them together, or do we have to do one vote and then the other?
I would say separate votes, please. Yes.
Okay, Mayor, I move to approve 15A.
Do I have a second? Second. I have a motion by Councilmember September, seconded by Councilmember Kaprowski. Please vote. Vote passes 6-1. 15B.
Mayor, I move to approve 15B.
I have a motion from Councilmember September. Second. Second from Councilmember Kaprowski. Can we have our screens cleared, please? Please vote.
Yes.
Motion passes. Thank you, Councilmember Anderson. Motion passes 6-1. Thank you. Thank you to the applicant and the staff for that presentation. Now we are moving on to item 16, which is GP 22-06 and Z 22-06, Lindsay 202 Industrial Park. If I would please have the staff, open the public hearing. Staff, please come to the podium for your presentation.
Mayor Peterson, members of the council, good evening. So my project, I'll try to be brief, is Lindsay 202 Industrial Business Park. And here is an aerial map of the site. The site is located close to the southeast corner of Lindsay and the 202, just south, kind of Zanjero Park wraps, or is adjacent to it to the north. The project site is located in the Gilbert 202 growth area, which focuses on office, business park, and industrial uses that need quick access to the freeway. The project that I'm going to show you definitely complies with that. So as far as the process is concerned that we have gone throughout this whole major general plan amendment for this case, we did a 60-day agency review that went from July 19th to September 18th, did a planning commission study session September 7th, and then we had 2 public hearings with the planning commission October 5th and then October 20th. And now, of course, we're here before you tonight. So you can see that this process this project has been in process since actually even before July. We received the application in May, but that was just the agency review. So this project has been in process for quite some time. So as far as the request is concerned, it's a major general plan amendment. The total site is about 94 gross acres. So 90 of that acreage is proposed to go from general office to industrial. And then about 3.9 acres is proposed to go from general office to general commercial. And I'll show you those locations in a minute. And then the proposed rezone is from business park to light industrial on 90 acres, and then from business park to general commercial on 3.9 acres. So here's the general plan exhibit that shows the whole entire site. And you can see the large piece going from general office to industrial, and then the little small piece up in the northwest corner going to proposed to go to general commercial. And then the zoning exhibit looks just like it. So basically the exact same thing, going to business park to light industrial and the commercial up in the northwest corner. So as far as the proposed, this is a conceptual land use plan. It's not going to be approved with this. It wouldn't be approved with this rezone case. This is just for informational purposes. So the site is about 87.9 net acres in size, and they are proposing about 1.4 million square feet of employment industrial, with about 54,000 square feet of office inside those buildings. So you can see that there's a total of 6 industrial buildings. And they actually range in size anywhere from 142,000 square feet to about 400,000 square feet for the largest building. And you'll notice that the retail piece up in the northwest corner is about 9,800 square feet, and it'll be 2 buildings. This is actually an older conceptual design. We have a newer one that's a little bit more updated than this, but it's basically the same. And then you'll have about 1,800 parking spaces and about 20% landscaping overall, which is actually a lot of landscaping for an industrial park of this size. So you'll have site accesses there's one off of Lindsay, and then you have 3 site access points, off of Germain Road. So there's quite a bit of access, and truck traffic will be circulating through the site, and it is actually designed truck traffic to go out to Lindsay Road where there is a signal and not onto Germain Road, and then they'll actually head out to the freeway and use our brand new beautiful interchange there at Lindsay Road to get access to the 202 freeway. So that's what the site is designed to, how it's designed to handle truck traffic. So as far as public participation is concerned, the applicant held 2 virtual neighborhood meetings. The first meeting was attended by about 20 people, the second by about 14. And at that first meeting, I just wanted to make note that, and you can see the citizen input on the screen that happened at that first meeting. There was a lot of concern at that first meeting, a lot of uncertainty from the residents, and you can see some of their concerns about traffic and large truck traffic and noise and permitted industrial use is not compatible with a residential neighborhood, and building size and impact on their neighborhoods. But the applicant was able to meet with a lot of these citizens that were concerned, and at the April 10th meeting, when 14 property owners attended, their concerns were drastically decreased, and It's my understanding that those concerns, a large majority of those concerns were addressed by the applicant, but they wanted to attend to hear additional information that the applicant had to share with them and how they were going to address their concerns. So all in all, the concerns of the neighbors were addressed by the applicant, and I'm not aware of any, since that last neighborhood meeting, I'm not aware of any opposition to this project. As a result of the presentation tonight and what I've presented to you, staff recommends that you approve the Major General Plan Amendment case and the rezone. Thank you, and I'm open for questions if you have any.
Thank you. Any questions at this time?
Just one. You mentioned that much of the concerns were addressed. Is there, maybe this is a question for the applicant, but how were they addressed? Was it just talking through what the impacts were, or were there changes?
Mayor Peterson, Vice Mayor Yentes, yes, I believe that would probably be a much better question to ask the applicant. Thank you.
Thank you. Then we'll go ahead and ask the applicant to come down for their presentation.
Sounds great.
Thank you.
Oops.
Whoops, what'd I press?
The wrong button, apparently.
Evidently.
They'll get it back for you. Kelsey works magic over here.
I messed something up. My apologies.
No worries.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. Benjamin Tate with Withy Morris, 2525 East Arizona Biltmore Circle on behalf of Creation Equity. We'll get the PowerPoint back up in a second here. But I'll start by saying, and really particularly because this was a question of the Vice Mayor, we actually had 3 neighborhood meetings. So the first one was a virtual neighborhood meeting, and that was actually for a smaller parcel. Originally, we were just focused on the 40 acres at the hard corner of Lindsay and Germain, and eventually we expanded that to the larger site, which precipitated the second virtual neighborhood meeting. Through that second meeting in particular, we were fortunate to cross paths and meet with both Tara, who's here, and her compatriot, Krista, who ended up being our conduit to the neighborhood throughout this process, and working with them and sitting down with them repeatedly to talk about their concerns, to talk about the things that were of most importance to them as far as the compatibility between our project and the neighborhood. So I'll breeze through these first few slides because Keith did a really great job of outlining what the development is. So our current zoning is business park. It's about 94 acres. The proposed zoning is to change that to light industrial, which is really an incremental change from business park. And then a small amount of general commercial in the corner there, which is an exciting little nugget of this development that I'll get to in a second. Now it's not moving. It's been a long night. There we go. So the current general plan is general office. It's 94 acres. We're proposing to change that to about 90 acres of industrial and 4 acres, give or take, of general commercial. So the big question is what changed? And what changed, as Keith touched on, is the fact that there is now an interchange. There's a full diamond interchange off of the Loop 202 to here, which is a game changer as far as this property is concerned and what that means in terms of economic development for the town of Gilbert. So just as a quick project summary, it's 6 buildings in total for the employment campus, 32 to 40 foot clear heights with buildings between 100,000 and 500,000 square feet. But the important piece of this is that those buildings can be demised into spaces as small as 10,000 square feet. So really we're focused on not only large users and large sort of light manufacturing, tech-focused users, but also research and development, smaller businesses for the town of Gilbert that can really sort of drive economic development at all levels. And then the 3.5 acre roughly retail pad, we've actually increased it. Originally it was a little less than 9,000 square feet. Now it's about 16,500. So the retail component did get a little bit bigger. And with prominent freeway and visibility access, we are doing a new signal on Lindsay at the northwest corner of the development, and that's where the retail component will be. And as far as design is concerned, if you're familiar with LGE design build, really some of the most high quality design and usage of creative materials in town. I mean, you can look, the Collab in downtown Gilbert in the Heritage District is a great example of that. So here is the slightly newer site plan. So the larger retail component, about 16,000 square feet. The remainder of the buildings remain more or less the same from the site plan that we showed. with the one big change, which I'll get to in a minute, as far as the way we were responsive to the community. That roundabout that you see sort of in the bottom third in the middle of the development, that was a really critical piece of this as far as orchestrating our internal vehicular circulation so that all of that truck traffic enters through the signal at Lindsay and exits through the signal at Lindsay. Because one of the biggest concerns of the neighborhood, in fact, I would say one of the chief concern, was truck traffic on Germain Road. And what this circulation pattern allows us to do in conjunction with signage is to ensure that almost all of that truck traffic filters to and from the new signal at Lindsay. These are just some renderings of what that may look like overall. So this would be on, if you were on Concord, looking north through the property, looking across Germain. This is just what one of the corner buildings may look like. And then this is a conceptual rendering of what some of that retail and commercial space may look like. If you're familiar with the work that LGE does, the types of users that they work with, people like Upward Projects, Postino, folks like that, not to make any promises, but they work with extremely high quality users and tenants for their properties. Here's our outreach timeline. So that original letter actually went out in January of this year. We had that first neighborhood meeting on January 20th. The follow-up virtual neighborhood meeting for when we did pivot to the larger site was in April. And then ultimately the in-person meeting that we had, which would have been that third neighborhood meeting in June at Campo Verde High School, which is right next door to the project. And then from July to August, just a whole lot of one-on-one and small group meetings to really drill down on what the concerns are and really making sure that we were addressing all of them, which I think, as Keith noted, is evidence of the lack of that opposition here tonight. Project benefits. I think the benefits of the project are fairly evident, but Creation Equity, did commission an economic study as part of this project. And you can see those numbers right here on the screen. So in terms of construction, about $240 million in wages, $500 million in total economic output, and about $28 million in tax revenue. And that's just for construction. Once you get into completion and stabilization, we're talking about 3,300 jobs, $165 million in annual wages, and about $750 million of annual economic output, and about $14 million in annual tax revenue. So this took me a really long time to get to it. I apologize, Vice Mayor, but this is really the drills down on what those concerns were. So traffic, again, was a big one. So the circulation pattern was designed to address exactly that. The roundabout, the signage, the placement of the signal, all intended to keep that truck traffic flowing to and from Lindsay Road. The proposed development will actually generate about 55% fewer average daily trips compared to general office and business park, just in terms of vehicle turnover. That's about 65% fewer average daily trips at the AM and PM peak hours. Noise, again, the biggest concern there was just truck traffic and operation. If you notice from our site plan, and I'll go back to that right here, all of our truck courts are oriented away from the neighborhood. And so, and not only are they oriented away from the neighborhood, but all of them are actually screened towards the neighborhood. And so you have physical barriers at every point to ensure that none of that noise is filtering back towards the community, so that all of those are screened. And actually, as a result of this being fully built out, we expect that the noise screening and mitigation that's going to create from freeway traffic noise on Loop 202 is actually going to be a benefit overall. Our nearest buildings, as far as the noise is concerned, are set back 130 feet from the property line. That's the front of the building, so which means the nearest truck court is about twice that. All of our on-site tenant activity will be enclosed in the buildings, no outdoor machinery, no manufacturing outdoors, et cetera. Lost it again. And then finally, potential land uses. And this was another one that was very important to the community, because there are certain uses that are permitted in the zoning district that we're requesting that are considered somewhat undesirable. And so again, we sat down with Tara and Krista, talked through a list of uses that we both found mutually undesirable, and we're going to be privately restricting those through our CC&Rs. I'm done droning on now, so I'd be happy and delighted to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Benjamin. Questions for the applicant at this time? Speak now or forever hold your peace. Just kidding. Councilmember Anderson, do you have any questions? Did we lose him? We might have lost Councilmember Anderson. Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll go ahead and go to the public comment now, Vice Mayor.
Yes, we have one speaker, Tara Gramza.
Hello. My name is Tara. I'm here to talk about the project, the Lindsay and 202. My backyard literally faces Germain Road, and so I can't think of anybody more impacted than the people right on Flamingo Way. My co-partner in crime, Krista, has COVID, so she's not able to make it today, so I'm going to kind of speak about our experience and what we went through. About 8 months ago, a small group of our neighbors were notified about this project when it was still in its very early and undetailed phase. The lack of information led to many misconceptions, although it did have major issues. After much encouragement by Jim Torgensen, myself and other neighbors approached the attorney and ultimately the developer, who then invited us to their actual office. The entire atmosphere and mood changed as we all came to the table with the idea of cohesion. I truly believe that we cannot come to the table without complaints, without having solutions. For 8 months, we connected with LGE, and they took every single idea, every recommendation, and they made it better. For 8 months, myself and I worked hundreds of hours with no money, no compensation, in order to make this project better for our neighbors and our community. I'm here tonight with the sole purpose of showing you that these projects don't need to be contentious. They do not need, we can all come to an agreement, we can all work together. I truly believe that if the council really has the goal of being our mediators and representing our constituents, you can have success stories. I employ this council to use this story for a culture change. I feel like after watching all of this tonight and seeing all this happen, there's a few pieces of advice I have, and I hope that you guys can take this. I'm not sure I'm seeing this just in the history. Act early. Start early. We've been doing this for 8 months, and you're now just starting to fight. So we started a long time ago. Get your community involved, have people come and be involved. I feel like I'm not seeing a lot of that either. Be honest. So I'm encouraging the developers, be honest with us, tell us the truth. These guys were. Be flexible and willing to change a lot, because they changed a lot for us. Don't force things down their throat. They didn't do that to us. We worked together. Know your audience and your community. Find out about what's important to us. And don't wait until it's too late. I think you guys waited too late, because you're already chasing distrust. I have a lot of recommendations and other things, but I don't have enough time. These are our homes, these are our backyards. These are not the developers' yards and not their homes. I approve this project. I'm confident that LGE's commitment and investment to this project is long-term and brings value to us. Thank you.
We had one comment card filled out that did not wish to speak, but against voiceless. And I'll read this comment because we did that on the last one. This area should remain zoned business park, not multifamily. More thought should be used to changing general park zoning so people know what to expect. We expected to someday be surrounded by businesses, and we're grateful not to have 24/7 neighbors. We have lived on our property since 1980 and thought Gilbert would stay with its vision of business park. My understanding of the vertical overlay, I'm so sorry, I can't, there's a couple words at the end, I can read by Rivulon, but I can't read the rest. And then we did receive comments online. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Looks like 7 opposed, and then Tara was for. So.
Thank you. I think the last one was for that last one you read was for the last project for the Rivulon case. And so I at least got it into the record that that was for the Rivulon case. Somebody just sent me an email to text message to remind me that we have 2 consent items, and I appreciate that. Thank you. We've been keeping an eye on that. I will ask
the applicant, if they would like to come back and comment on anything. I don't know that you need to with Tara, because she's even sitting there with you in the audience. Yes, and Tara, I commend you. I saw your posts on social media, on Facebook, and I very much appreciated when you educated yourself to the project and you went back out and explained it to the public, because a lot of times people will go out and drop the bomb, but they don't go out and clean the mess up. And I'm not saying that you dropped a bomb, I'm just using that as an example. They don't go out and then say, I found out what the facts are, here's what's really going on, and I appreciate that you did that. Thank you so much, and thank you for your comments this evening. Staff, do you have anything to follow up with on this? No, sorry. I'm looking at Ashley, and I'm supposed to be looking at you, Keith. It's getting late. I will go ahead and close the public hearing, bring it back to the council for discussion.
Mayor, if I may just, Tara, I hope that you will join us in our community outreach on how we can communicate and do a better job of getting people involved early. And I think you have some amazing ideas, and I hope you'll share those with us. And I appreciate the time that you took to organize your neighborhood and come together to find a compromise that made a much better project for not only your neighborhood, but for the whole community. So thank you for that. Let's see if I had any others while I have the microphone. You know, I think that with our Lindsay interchange opening, it's a great time to recruit the great kind of businesses that will help us thrive into the future, and you set the stage for that. So thank you to all the neighbors. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Vice Mayor?
I was actually pretty skeptical of this item, because I do see, you know, when you make rezonings for any sort of industrial, be it light or just general industrial, those can open up some pretty heavy uses and have some pretty onerous impacts on neighbors. So I was happy to see anticipated kind of, you know, what kind of information would be important to make good decisions up here and address to those very specifically. And so I think at the end of the day, you could see where kind of the extra legwork paid off, and bringing people on board so that we could mitigate as many impacts, neighbors, as potentially possible. And so appreciate the work from both sides, and I think it's probably a better project because of it. Thanks.
Well said.
Mayor?
Yes.
Ms. Rimza, I want to thank you for your investment in this project, and I know it's an investment. I know you took time to drive to their offices and spend time with them and then go back, meet with the neighbors. It was months ago, it might have been April or before, I actually reached out to somebody who emailed me from that community with a lot of concerns, and and I don't remember who that was at the moment. I was looking in my notes, but I'm just glad to see this work out so well. And I just can't thank you enough for engaging in the community. And then Benjamin, congratulations. I can't imagine a better standard for success than to have someone from the community that you worked with go to that podium and speak so highly of you and the project, and to carry your water, so to speak. So good job, and thank you for all the effort, and to even work and continue to work on adding CC&Rs after the fact of mutually undesirable uses. It's just a win for the community. Thank you, both of you.
Anyone like to, any other comments, or would anyone like to tackle a motion? And we would need two again for this one, the GP and the zoning.
Motion to approve 16A.
A motion by Vice Mayor. Can I have a second?
I'll second.
We need our screen cleared. Oh, thanks, Judy. Please vote. I think we lost Councilmember Anderson, so I'm assuming.
It is showing that he is on Teams,
Oh.
so I'm not sure.
Councilmember Anderson, are you still with us?
Nodded off.
That's what I was thinking. So can you just run that with the 6 votes, please, Judy? Thank you. The motion passes 6-0.
Motion to approve 16B.
I have a motion by Vice Mayor. A second?
I'll second.
Second by Councilmember Tilke. Please vote. Oh, Councilmember Anderson's back. Just never know. And that motion passes 7-0. Thank you, everyone. We have one more item on our public hearing agenda. Then we have 2 items on our consent that we need to go back to. The last item on our public hearing agenda is the Western Canal Corridor analysis. It's under other on our agenda, so we know it at best as WW 1060. I'll go ahead and open the public hearing, ask the staff to come down and do a staff report for WW 1060 at all, because there's a lot of numbers there. Where's the presentation?
They have it over there.
Okay. I think we need a second to get set up anyway, so take your time, Councilmember Tilke. Yeah.
A lot of growing pains here. Are you okay if I put my stuff right there?
No, David. Yes, of course. Yes. Of course, of course.
Thank you. You're the best, by the way. You're amazing. I hope we're supporting you and getting it done for you. Because you put it out there every day.
Thank you. I think we all do. That's the beauty of our team.
Are we almost set? Almost, thank you.
All right. Do I press any button?
Waiting for them to...
Yeah.
Mayor Peterson, I apologize. There's a problem with the system, and it would need to be reset in order for us to be able to hear Councilmember Anderson.
Okay.
Would you like to take a 3-minute recess, or would you like to proceed a different way?
I think we press on at this hour. Sorry, Councilmember Anderson. If you have a comment, can he message you, Judy?
Absolutely, in the chat. That would
Can
be
we do
great.
that?
Or email, whichever's easier. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't know if they can. Thank you. And do we have a video? I think they're working on your video. Thank you. Sorry, it's getting warm down here.
I think they still shut off the AC after 10. Completely kidding.
Nope. We're getting close.
That's a presentation.
We have a presentation on WW 1060.
Thank you. Would you like to introduce yourselves, please?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Leah Reinheimer, Assistant Town Manager.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the council. David Fabiano, Town Engineer.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the opportunity to present this information to you and to the community this evening. Serving our community is not just at the heart of what we do, but it is why we do it. Our community has fundamental needs that must be fulfilled. And as we know quite well this evening, sometimes these needs overlap and sometimes they intersect or even compete with one another. And balancing competing needs can often be one of the greatest challenges that we face in public service. For this reason, it's important for us to keep our why at the front and center of what we're doing. Fundamentally, our why, just as your why, is about serving our community. Serving the community at large will always be our greatest responsibility, and we know that you hold that trust very sacred as well. With over 100 lines of service, the Town of Gilbert team strives every day from council all the way to the front lines to make Gilbert a great place for its residents, businesses, and visitors. How we do that is by maintaining an exceptionally built environment. That is how we provide for the quality of life that Gilbert has become known for. Maintaining an exceptionally built environment is one of our 3 key focus areas as we strive to keep Gilbert the thriving and vibrant and sustainable community that it is today, but well into the future. I love this slide. I love the images on this slide. I think it's beautiful to look at and to see how vibrant and beautiful our community has grown. The conversation this evening is about WW 1060 and the specifics of that project, which David will get into, but it is also really a conversation about the future of our community. These images represent not just who we are today, but what we aspire to be for the generations to come. Much of Gilbert's infrastructure is invisible. It can't be seen in the larger community. It's the hidden hero, I like to call it, that stays behind the scenes. But without it, water wouldn't run, toilets wouldn't flush, travel couldn't occur, and businesses could not thrive. When infrastructure fails, the impacts are real time and often very visible. And so while this is what we are and what we aspire to maintain for the next several decades, this is what we are working very diligently to avoid. It is our responsibility to properly maintain and protect Gilbert's critical infrastructure and to protect the community when infrastructure failures do occur. On this slide are images of real-life, local, and regional infrastructure failures of the exact same type that we are concerned about with the WW 1060 corridor. There are also 2 national examples of real-life crises, infrastructure crises, that can occur when we fail to invest in and protect our critical infrastructure. And infrastructure failures are very serious in and of themselves. However, the consequences go beyond just a potential disruption in service or a contamination. It can also include the loss of the greater trust of the community. And so, as we've learned from some of the national examples, our core mission is to protect public health by protecting public infrastructure. A recent survey conducted by the Development Research Institute found that Americans across the political spectrum believe that infrastructure was the most important national priority, more than COVID-19, tax rates, etc. Our core mission here today is to protect the public health of this community by protecting public infrastructure. And so as our town engineer, David, is going to walk through the specifics of the project, these are the core values that have been guiding this effort, as they do on every project: protecting our communities for today, protecting Gilbert for the future, and doing that through the most careful and thoughtful stewardship of our resources. And so with that, David.
Thank you, Leah. Mayor, members of the council, tonight what I hope I'm sharing is a synopsis of information that has all been previously shared with the property owners in the project area. Project 1060, WW 1060, and also there's 2 other, WA 1546 and WA 1246, are all happening in this exact same corridor. The area in discussion today impacts 24 residential properties between Lindsay and Gilbert Road. Leah, the town facilities here are 36-inch gravity flow wastewater interceptor, an 18-inch reclaimed water transmission main, and a 24-inch water transmission main. The installation of the 36-inch gravity sewer interceptor, shown in green here on the screen in just a moment, was completed in 1986 in a 25-foot wide utility easement. South of that, there's an 18-inch reclaimed water transmission main. It will be shown in purple if the technology catches up with this in a moment, and we'll get back to it. It's shown in purple in that same 25-foot easement. South of that, there's a 24-inch water transmission main. It was completed in 91 through the Western Canal right-of-way and Mineral Avenue right-of-way, which is now part of the residential parcels on the east end of the project.
David, can you pause for a moment? I hate to interrupt you, but I think we might have a technical glitch that maybe we have the wrong, is it the wrong presentation? It's correct, it's just not working. I want us to be able to see what you're talking about.
Absolutely, thank you. And this is one where you have to be patient. Sometimes technology does exactly what we want, and other times it does exactly what it wants. Hopefully those collide more frequently than not. So there you see that 36-inch sewer interceptor, that 18-inch reclaimed water transmission main, and then that 24-inch water transmission main that's coming in there. These utilities are critical, and their impact to the community cannot be overstated. None of these pipelines can be out of service for any appreciable amount of time without extraordinary measures being put into place. These three pipelines serve a major portion of the town. Their combined service areas extend from Arizona Avenue on the western limits to Power Road on the eastern limits of the town, from our northern boundary at Baseline and beyond up by the hospital down to Ray Road and beyond towards the hospital south of Val Vista. Combined, these pipelines impact and serve more than 38,000 dwelling units. That's about 118,000 or so residents, we believe. They serve 1,400 commercial businesses within this same service area. There are 2 hospitals that each year have over 140,000 patients visit them and staff. I don't know how many staff. 38 schools in this service area, more than 21,000 students every day plus staff. 60% of the reclaimed water use in this northern area goes through that 18-inch reclaimed transmission main. We can't live without it. There are 2 major universities and their programs that were welcomed to the town of Gilbert recently, and they serve nearly 1,000 students there in this same service area. There are more than 1.5 million visitors that come to the Heritage District every year in Gilbert, right here where this project is being contemplated. It's critical to the entire town that these facilities be preserved and protected for the public health and for the vitality of our community. Gilbert was a very different environment in 1985 and 1986 when the wastewater interceptor and the reclaimed water transmission main were constructed. These 2 images, it was largely a rural area back then, and the transformation over the past 36 years has been drastic. On this slide, you can see the 2 different facilities shown in, or the 3 different facilities again, shown in green, purple, and blue. We're looking in much closer, both on the north, on the top and on the bottom. The image on the top is from 2022. The image on the bottom is from 1986. If you look at this comparison, and it should start sliding by for us, you can see clearly how over time what was open land where these facilities could easily be accessed and taken care of, it's transformed and become very constrained due to encroachments in the easement area. This change is due to decisions by numerous parties. These obstructions today provide challenges to the ongoing operation and maintenance and rehabilitation of these critical facilities. The utility corridor along the Western Canal and SRP's transmission facilities, it's unique. It really only exists here in Gilbert like this. By having our primary water transmission main for the north part of the town and our primary reclaimed water transmission main for the north part of town and our largest wastewater interceptor for the north part of the town, all in one alignment, it renders this corridor critical. I'm repeating this image, returning to this image again for context. The best comparison I believe that most of us can visualize and maybe connect with is our roadway system here in the East Valley. When you look at that map, there's lots of things that come to your mind. This corridor for water, wastewater, and reclaimed water is akin to the US 60, the Superstition Freeway. We all recognize it easily looking up at that map. So many of us depend on it every single day. A local street in the neighborhood, Laurel Avenue or Campbell Avenue, a few blocks north of this area, most people don't know they're there. They're extremely important to those people who live on those roads, but most of the community will never drive on those roads. They don't know their names, and they don't know where they're located. Everyone in town knows the US 60 because we all have used it, every one of us. And we all rely so heavily on it. The situation described here and under consideration is an exception to reasonable and recommended standards of practice for utility providers. Having this significant infrastructure within easements through residential properties is very uncommon within the town. It happens in very few locations. Most of them are these 24 properties in this location we're considering tonight. Failures of infrastructure are not ifs, but whens. The likelihood of a failure is 100%. It happens regularly throughout the town. You have a team of highly dedicated public works professionals who work every day to avoid these, but when they cannot be avoided, to correct them as quickly and as unobtrusively as possible. This and the next several slides share some photographs of failures of these exact pieces of infrastructure. These images have all been taken during the time that this project has been underway. This slide shows a blockage due to debris in the wastewater line. The major blockage was cleared an hour or two before raw sewage began to spill into Freestone Park at a rate of about 2,000 gallons per minute. The image on the left in this next slide shows the lining on a 36-inch wastewater interceptor delaminating or detaching. The line is in active failure now. You can see where the joint is falling apart and the bubbles that are forming behind there because the concrete is being destroyed by the environment that exists in the sewer system. The environment in this interceptor is extremely corrosive. The hydrogen sulfide gas and attendant sulfuric acid formed in the airspace of these pipes, and it always happens, it cannot be avoided, eats away at any defects. This image is from this pipe in this area. The image on the right is of a manhole in this area. The lining on the manhole has detached, delaminated, and it's falling into the line below, and it can impede and possibly block that interceptor. With the lining failed, the concrete in the manhole deteriorates much faster, leading to even more failure issues that need to be dealt with. The image on the left of this one shows a wastewater collection line where a sinkhole is forming. You see the busted top of the pipe out and then just the void space up above it. That's a sinkhole that's forming. This line is underneath that water transmission main in this corridor. The sinkhole puts the water transmission main at risk, and it has to be shut. That water transmission main had to be shut down for a few days so the repair could be made. With multiple critical facilities at risk, this repair ended up costing about $400,000 to complete. You can see the extent of what had to happen for that to occur. It's probably safe to say that most of the residents in the town of Gilbert did not know of the extraordinary steps that were being taken to avoid interrupting their water and sewer services. The last three slides shared different failures on sewer facilities. This is one on the reclaimed water transmission system. This one is a reportable incident to the Arizona Department of Environmental Quality. Reclaimed water use is highly regulated. This was an unauthorized spill that had to be taken care of and cleaned up. The images, these images show different failures on the water transmission line in this corridor. These failures are due to the pipe deteriorating over time. This pipe was placed into service in 1991. Earlier, Leah shared an image of the US 60 at McClintock as it was flooded. Most of us recall when the US 60 was shut down for several weeks earlier this year. That was for a water transmission main failure. That was a 24-inch pipe. This is a 24-inch pipe. It was the same type of pipe material, bar-wrapped concrete cylinder pipe, same one we have. It was a similar vintage to the pipe we have here in this corridor. That middle image that you're seeing right there is one that was found with an electromagnetic testing robot that was dispatched earlier in this part of the year. It was repaired before the pipe was placed back into service, avoiding a catastrophic failure and damage to property. These other images show the location where we discovered it by water spouting out of the ground because it burst, it failed, and that's how we find it when those things happen. Thank heavens it happened in Freestone Park. These images here show where construction activity caused a failure. A contractor working for Salt River Project drilled through this transmission main. That was quite a problem situation for us. The repair took several days to complete under emergency conditions and led to a flurry of activity to keep water service minimally interrupted. Most people never knew this happened. You can see the next day on that image on the right, water still standing, because how much was spilled, even though we responded right away and shut that pipe down, and were able to shut it down because the valves operated, because they had just been repaired as quickly as possible. I'm reiterating again, failures are not an if, but a when and where. These images, again, all happened during the time that this project has been underway and are all on these exact same facilities. Since February of 2021, the project team has been reaching out to and met with the these 24 residential property owners. This project is a major impact for those 24 property owners. The team completed a preliminary analysis on 10 different options that were looked at. The team reached out to SRP multiple times and presented those options. SRP eliminated 6 of those options because they included land in their lateral 9.5, what we call the Western Canal. That land is owned by the Bureau of Reclamation. It's not owned by SRP. It's reserved for power and irrigation, and that is something that they would not allow those uses to let us relocate and get out of those backyards. The 4 remaining options were studied in greater detail, and this image is from the website where those impacted and other residents could look at and could see the different options from different perspectives and different vantage points to see what was being considered. A 5th option was added based upon feedback from residents. This is a brief synopsis of those 5. Again, this information, all this and more was shared with the residents, and I'm only sharing a brief description tonight. Option 1 is to purchase the easement from each property owner and then complete the sewer interceptor rehabilitation, restore the fences to a new property location, and put back as best we're able to cure any damages and losses that may have occurred to those residents. Option 2 is to clear the easement, complete the rehabilitation, build back fences where they're in their current locations, construct an internal barrier or marker of some sort along the north edge of the easement, and then gates between each of the properties to create a utility corridor alley. Option 3 would clear the easement, purchase a portion of the easement around each manhole, complete the rehabilitation, tear down, reconstruct, because in every one of these, the fences are going to be coming down because of the impact of the construction. So there's going to be disruptions. We can't avoid that to these property owners, and we really do regret that, but we don't have any other alternative. Option 3, again, clear the easement, purchase a portion around the manholes, complete the rehabilitation, reconstruct and then reconstruct things along that route. Option 4, clear the easement, complete the rehabilitation, reconstruct things, install larger gates for access into those properties. And then option 5 is similar to option 4, clears the easement, relocates the reclaimed water line out of this area in their backyards and puts it up in Juniper Avenue. That is one that and runs it through the neighborhood. Each and every one of these options, the clearing of the easement and maintaining that easement in a clear and accessible condition is essential. On the failure modes, you're seeing things flash up here again. There's several different examples of what happens. There are blockages that happen in these, breaks that happen. There are mechanical damages that happen to them. There is corrosion that happens in all of them. And there is construction damage that happens from other things that are not us, but we own these facilities and we have to take care of them. When we look at the comparison of the options, the analysis was extensive, and through it all, only one option provides an appropriate level of access and protection for all of these facilities, for all of these failure modes that happen in this corridor contemporarily. The engineer performing this assessment evaluated and has recommended option 1 is the most appropriate for the corridor. The construction manager at risk, who's been working on this project, likewise shares their input. The town attorney's office has shared their feedback, and I cannot speak for them. As a town engineer, this is a very difficult situation. In my 3 decades working as a professional engineer, I've only experienced one situation that was as troubled as this one. Along 99th Avenue north of Olive, there was a 24-inch sewer main that belonged to Citizens Utilities. There was a failure on that. Mostly retirees lived there, so nobody fell in to the sinkhole that opened in a backyard. 99th Avenue, thank heavens, was right there, and we were able to go in as a consultant. We relocated that line out of those rear yards and put it into 99th Avenue. We don't have 99th Avenue here. This is a situation that I wish there was a way that we could turn back the clock and not have made the decisions we made as a community through the years that have created this situation that is really not appropriate and not and something that we need to cure. And with that, my recommendation again is knowing that it is a tremendous impact and for which I wish there was a cure. But option 1 is truly the most responsible decision and the only responsible decision I can recommend as a professional engineer. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor and members of council. Jessica Barlow, Public Works Director. The Public Works Department has responsibility for thousands of miles of pipelines throughout our community and billions of dollars in assets. This corridor is a utility superhighway containing some of the largest and most critical water, wastewater, and reclaimed water infrastructure in our system. Option 1 is the only option that provides unrestricted visibility and access and guarantees that that infrastructure remains free of future obstructions. We have to be able to properly respond to any type of failure that occurs along this critical infrastructure. Earlier, Leah shared what we do as a town, what we strive to be as a community. We've crossed our first century of township and are looking to the future. As the infrastructure continues to age, the need for maintenance, repair, and replacement becomes even more critical and the likelihood of failure even greater. More than 270,000 residents call Gilbert home, and nearly 120,000 of them are directly impacted and use this infrastructure every day, in addition to the hundreds of thousands of other hospital users, students, business patrons, and visitors to the town. Reliable and maintainable infrastructure is the literal foundation, the exceptional built environment that the community is built on, and that what makes Gilbert such a desirable and livable community. In Public Works, we take the commitment to deliver on the responsibility for the maintenance, operation, repair, and replacement of that infrastructure very seriously. Go ahead. And as such, coming to this recommendation has been very difficult, has been very challenging. We've undertaken exhaustive efforts to try to identify a suitable alternative to acquisition of that easement and fee. We have heard and listened to and empathized with the residents and the impact. We know that the impact to them is great, and it's very difficult. It's not a decision that we make lightly, but knowing the tens and hundreds of thousands of other people within the community that rely on this infrastructure every day that don't have another alternative, we don't have another place to put it, we have to recommend in favor of the larger community and its needs. So the staff recommendation, as you're hearing tonight, is to proceed with option 1, which is easement acquisition and fee per resolution 4217 that was previously approved by council, and then also authorize our town manager to approve necessary change orders for design and land acquisition for the project. Thank you.
Thanks, team. Any questions for the team before we open the public comment?
Mayor, can I just ask, we will have an opportunity to ask them after the public comment?
Absolutely. Thank you. Yes. There's no applicant in this case, it's just the town. So we've had their presentation. Now I'll ask the Vice Mayor to start the public comment.
Yes, first we will have Debbie Kuhn. And then we'll have Zain Hamid and Omar Hamid, and then Ron Kuhn. That's our lineup for now, and 3 minutes.
Wow, that was really strong and bold. Very well done. That's all I can say. I think you've exaggerated, and one is not the only option. No. Okay, I'm just going to try to read this because my emotions are really high. So this to the Planning Committee and to the Town Council to please hear us and help us. You say you need 24-hour access to repair and monitor the pipes. We said okay. You say you need our land cleared away for open access anytime. We said okay. You said you should present our plan that both sides can live with. We said okay, and so we have shared several excellent, much cheaper access options for what you had already had, than what you'd already had. We had shared options that are millions of dollars cheaper. You said you are worried if we sell our property, the next homeowners may obstruct your access, so you just wanted to have it. We say we can simply update our CCNRs to require constant, open, clear access for town maintenance in the back of our properties. We see the entire back property 4 times a day as we care for the horses. This isn't rocket science. You don't need to permanently take our property away. Placing the wall in the way of our view will hinder supervision of the ground over the pipes even more. We're back there all the time. We can absolutely rebuild the fence, but we can't rebuild our much needed space and the value to our homes and land. We have committed to you that you can always have access to the back of our property. But will you allow us the same courtesy? Will you please? We are trying our very best to be easy and fair to each other. What about you? We are willing to work with you and clear away a chunk of our land. This is a tremendous expense, sacrifice to us in so many ways from all of us homeowners. This nightmare has been stressful and sickening for 2 years now. This is most unfair, costly, and as you said it, just so you can have it for the next 500 years. A grab on our property where it isn't necessary. You shouldn't say to someone who's been so poor, having nothing, and has blood and sweat, tears for their home. Please consider again, we shared much better and cheaper options. We are asking for option 4. It makes the most sense for everyone. We would clear everything. We will tear down the barn. I can move the barn, but I need the space. And we can have wide gates. All of us can have gates on option 4. You can come and go whenever you want.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is Zain Hamid, and I'm a student at Gilbert Classical Academy. I'm here to talk to you about WW 1060. First of all, this project cost way too much money, and with that money, you could be using it with so many other things that benefits Gilbert. For example, schools that will really help out the town. This project affects 24 homes, which is not good at all because all these people are being affected. And from personal experience, people move to Gilbert to enjoy their life and spend time with their family. And this project is not what the town wants, it's what the council wants. So I'm asking for you guys to vote with option 4. And again, this project is not a need, it is a want. So I'm asking that you vote with option 4, which will work together with the council and the citizens. And I'm asking please to vote with option 4. Thank you.
Thank you, Zane. After Omar, we'll have Ron Kuhn and then Stacy Adams and then Nolan Baldwin.
Good evening, Mayor, Town Council. This is Omar Hamid. You've probably seen me many times. I live on Honeysuckle Lane. I'm here tonight to talk about the WW 1060 project. As a concerned homeowner, I would like you to consider the following. The town manager and the engineers working under him, mainly Mr. Montgomery and Mr. Fabiano, are disingenuous. They decided on their own 2 years ago that taking the land from the homeowners is the only option they want. The only way we found out is when we got a notice that they were going to take our land, and we went and talked to the council. All so-called options were presented to the council and to us was just to appease to the homeowners and the council. Look, we did a study. And taking land was the best option. That's all they could come up with. Well, they did that 2 years ago, so that's just not believable. Town manager and his team work for you and taxpayers. Do not let them spoon feed and heavy hand the council. Eminent domain cannot be selectively applied. The same pipeline runs through the middle of Freestone Park and the commercial properties west of our homes. If council decides to go with the town manager and his team, homeowners will seek other options, and that will just bring further negative publicity, as you saw today. So please reject option 1. Just because the engineers want our land does not mean they have to have it. Homeowners would like your support for option 1, maybe option 3 as a viable second option. Option 4 and 3 will also save the Gilbert taxpayers about $4 million. It's not a small change. I appreciate your support, your time, and your leadership tonight. Thank you.
Mayor, City Council, I'm Ron Kuhn. The part that I'm going to talk about is that here's a picture. They're not given the engineers aren't given the full picture. This is the apartments on the west side of Gilbert Road that share the same sewer. As you can see, the manhole is very close to these buildings, closer than what's at the back of our acre. Okay, so there is a lot going on this line, a lot of things that are affected by that. Okay, all we ask, please, is I saw some, when we celebrated Bernie's long term here on Gilbert. We all love living here. I've been here over 35 years. I love living in Gilbert. I just ask you guys to please look at these other options. It's much more not as expensive. Taking our lands is the most expensive there is. And then, of course, we've got structures that are there also. Our barn was permitted. So, I mean, our other neighbors have buildings too. So not only do we have buildings that the city approved on this easement, like I said, we've also got manholes that are, it doesn't show, there's a storage area just further on down towards Gilbert Road. Didn't say anything about that. That's got sewage running through it. We've got these apartments on the other side of Gilbert Road, on the west side of Gilbert Road. There's sewer running by it. So there's all kinds of things. We're just asking you to look at it and look at those other options other than option 1. Thank you very much. If you want a picture, you can see that.
So we have Stacy, then Nolan. After Nolan, we'll have Tom Patterson, and then Becky Leeming.
Good evening, Council. Yay, Benny. Okay. Just wanted to let you know that the slide that showed you the purple and the green lines was a little bit disingenuous because the reclaimed water line wasn't put in until 1991. So don't think that you've been shown the true and honest account of what is really happening, and that reclaimed water line is actually running across 3 of my neighbors' properties that they haven't been compensated for that water line since it's been put in. So that's additional money that needs to be clarified and brought up as a part of this for consideration. All of the options have that sleeved lining. Okay, this is supposed to be a 100-year solution to this problem. If this problem is so eminent, you guys, then why wasn't the that manhole that had that sleeve that was kind of caving in and following? That's my manhole. If it was so goddamn dangerous, why didn't you guys take that stuff out of there and stop the blockage from happening? You left it in there. It's still in there, friends. If it is so dangerous, we need to take the property that's running across Freestone Park and block it off. If it is so dangerous, we need to take this line out in totality, not just piecemeal it out and affect 24 homeowners. You have never, Town of Gilbert, been denied access to this line or these manhole covers ever since you've put it in. Check the records. There is an easement in place for a reason, and we have been abiding by that easement, and it can continue in place. Let's work together. Let's in hand in good spirit, and let's choose option 4 at the least cost available, okay? And if you can't, then choose option 3, which only affects the 4 homeowners and not the totality of the entire group. I'm an owner with a sewer manhole cover, and I am willing to do that and sacrifice that for the good of my neighbors. Will you please do what's honorable and right and just and financially prudent and choose option 4? Thank you.
Hello, my name is Nolan Baldwin. I do live in this area. All evening, we've been listening to people previously talking about the impact on their neighborhoods from other property, from neighboring property around the corner or somewhere else. This is the only one this evening that we're talking about our property, taking our property. That's even a little harder to handle than the noise or whatever might be happening next door. This is our property that they're talking about taking. And in every case tonight, we've seen where the developers have made concessions. The developers have tried to work with the owners and tried to come up with some solutions that could work for everybody. And we commended Tara for doing that, for working with them, and the developer for working back, and it worked great. It was great to see that happen. This started 2 years ago, and then after 4 or 5 months of coming down here and speaking, we appreciate it. Mayor asked the sewer department to work with the homeowners and come up with some solutions. And we stopped our media blitzes and our rallies and everything that we were doing to try to make some space where we could work together with them. And there wasn't much working together. They did their studies, which we haven't seen no results. Nobody's told us anything. And now they asked us to come and meet with them, and they tell us, we're going to recommend that we take your property anyway. In the beginning, it was only about the sewer. Then once we argued that the sewer could be fixed without taking our property, the Public Works started talking about the reclaimed water line. That was never in the original thing about taking our property. They want the property, and I understand that. If they have the property, then it answers all their problems. If they take the property, it answers all their problems, and they can do whatever they want from here on. And that does make it easier. So there's no reason, no wonder that we recommend taking the property. It makes everything easier, but is it right? I'm going to share a couple of facts that maybe they haven't shared with you. It's fast. Sewer line, reclaimed water line will need repairs. Now, I think we all know that. It goes downhill. Ever since Adam, things have deteriorated. Roads, sewer lines, everything deteriorates, and it needs repaired. According to town numbers, the cost to do repairs are the same with or without our land. The quality of repairs would be the same with or without our land. The risk to homeowners would remain the same, as much as they'll tell you that's not true. Our property was graded to be watered from behind our houses originally. That property is higher than our property that we live on. So no matter what they do, the water's still going to come into our property. Town having visual access doesn't solve the problem. If you look at the pictures that they show you on Greenfield Road, there was people driving by, the freeways, people driving by. And
All right, Tom and then Becky, and then we'll have Chris Lamine.
Hello, my name is Tom Patterson. I live off of 241 East Hemlock Avenue. Sounds like the money and research that has gone on since we've been having these meetings with the town management and council have the more research and money that we've been given to do research into other areas have just gone back into what looks like scare tactics on why they need to be replaced, giving examples from Greenfield and Tempe, instead of coming up with additional options. One of the reasons why you say that our land is needed is for visibility, but you can see into our backyards. I'm pretty sure you've flown drones through our backyards before, so you could see anything you want. We've got easement gates that allow access anytime. The last thing is that you guys keep saying that there's no plans for use of this land on the east side of Gilbert Road in the canal. But on the Gilbert Town website, it says that there's future plans of having farmers markets and festivals down in this canal. I mean, so obviously it's right there, but you don't need to take our backyards to do that. Consider option 4. That's the best option. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Becky Leeming. My husband Chris and I have 3 children that attend Gilbert Public Schools. We have been Gilbert residents for 12 years. Earlier this year, we purchased our home along the Western Canal, choosing this home solely for its yard, for our kids and pets, and for its close proximity to downtown Gilbert and Freestone Park. We are one of the 24 homeowners that will be affected by the pending vote tonight. While purchasing our home, it was disclosed to us that sewer pipe repairs were needed and that the mayor had instructed the town's team to work with the 24 homeowners on a resolution that all parties were satisfied with. This ultimately led to 5 options that are up for consideration. Chris and I attended an informal update meeting on November 2nd, where the town members stated they have come to the decision that option 1 is the only option. This was our first meeting with the town regarding this issue, and it was very apparent that the team has been closed-minded and hasn't given any consideration to the cheaper and less disruptive options. We've asked for a third-party report showing the current conditions of the sewer pipe. We asked why it was necessary to take land from 24 homeowners when only 4 properties have manholes to access the pipe. We asked why it was necessary to take our land when the pipe hasn't needed repairs in almost 40 years, and this leaving to be put in place is estimated to last 100 years. But I'm not here just on behalf of 24 homeowners trying to keep our land, the land that we and 23 other families have worked hard for. I'm also here as a taxpayer and one of the 270,000 residents of Gilbert. It is estimated that the utility improvements alone will cost over $16 million. Land acquisitions and improvements will cost almost $5 million, putting the total cost at over $20 million. It is unlikely due to recent inflation and the demand for increased wages will even meet this amount. As a taxpayer, I think it's ludicrous that the team thinks that spending an additional $5 million of our hard-earned tax dollars on this land acquisition is justified, especially when only 4 yards need to be accessed to perform these repairs. Yes, just 4. These 4 homeowners have already agreed to make the manholes accessible 24/7 and 24/7 unobstructed by structures and landscaping. The team didn't care, didn't want to listen, and did not want to consider this option. If option 1 is chosen, many of us homeowners have permitted structures that the town will need to pay to relocate or rebuild. Irrigated lots will need to be regraded and repiped. Mature trees will need to be uprooted and relocated. Animals will lose their barns and grazing field. Children will lose their play area. We will lose what we have worked hard for, and it will cost the town's taxpayers over $5 million. As a resident and a taxpayer, I ask that you consider option 4 or option 3 in that order, both of which are much cheaper than option 1. Not only would it be fiscally irresponsible to choose option 1, you would be wasting $5 million of taxpayer money that could be used to improve road conditions, $5 million that can go towards education and teacher wages, $5 million that can go towards public safety, $5 million that can be used to further develop the town of Gilbert. Thank you.
After you, Chris, we'll have Christy Kuhn and then Julia McCleave.
Hi, I'm Chris Leeming. I don't know how to follow up on that one. I think she hit about every nail on the head right there. But honestly, I don't know who your team is lying to. They're either lying to us as the residents or lying to you as a council member. Because when we met on November 2nd, their numbers were vastly different in who it affects and how it affects what they told us and what they told you guys. So we would like to see an independent study from somebody else, a third-party, non-biased team, to go in there and tell us what the actual costs are. We're not denying that the pipes don't need repair. The pipes need repair. And to repair the pipes, they need access to 4 homes. Those homeowners are willing to give up access to make the repairs needed, not take land from 20 other homeowners to do future what ifs a pipe breaks. Well, if you're spending $16 million on a pipe repair, that should last 100 years. Why do you need our land? If the pipe breaks, it doesn't matter if the wall's here or 15 feet off to the side. If that pipe breaks, that water's still gonna flow downhill through our irrigated property out into the streets. So why spend another $5 million more? Not only on top of that, the $2.5 million in acquisition cost does not take into account our actual property value. That is based off a raw dirt acreage average in the town of Gilbert, not our actual community, our neighborhood property value. On top of that, $1.7 million in site improvements. That doesn't take into account our custom gates, our barns, our stables, our trees that our shade trees and citrus trees that have been there for 30 plus years growing. You can't replace that. You can't just go down to Home Depot and put another tree in that's going to be that large. This is irreplaceable land to us. These are irreplaceable trees to us. This property is very valuable. I am a newer homeowner here, and when I came in to buy it, I was the most recent one. I finally, after 12 years of living in Gilbert, found the one piece of property that was going to be our forever home for my kids. Okay? It was overpriced because like everything else is right now, and then I got into a bidding war. That property was priceless to me. I made sure that I won that bidding war because that other $10,000, $50,000, whatever I paid on top of the price of the house did not matter to me because that property meant more than anything for my kids, my animals, and the future of my family. Giving me $5 a square foot or whatever the heck is on this estimate, it's a joke. That isn't going to replace my gates. It isn't going to give me my land back. It isn't going to allow my grandkids to grow up there in that size of the property. It's going to devalue my home even further than what more construction will do. So I'm in favor of going with option 4. Be financially sound and save the taxpayers a large sum of money. Thank you.
Christy.
Hi, my name is Christy Kuhn, and I am a daughter of Debbie and Ron Kuhn, and I am here to say you need to fix these sewers, and they should last for these 50 to 100 years. Gilbert Road to Lindsay can be repaired in 3 days when they blow in the lining to last 50 to 100 years. There's been no communication with us for a plan for our horses. It's scary. Your plans will impact on me as Christy as I depend on the horses for therapy. I also need help for the horses to keep in bed and, happy and stuff. And they're my therapy. Taking the horses somewhere else is not an option. We need to rebuild the barn you are set to destroy as soon as possible and keep our access open to the back of the property. We have a grandfathered cause to have horses and to have access to them. We depend on our horses and the space for them. We can't let you take our dreams and so much of what we have worked so hard for away from us. It's not the best choice for the town anyway, so please consider and choose the option 4, or if not, then option 3, please. We have asked, will we be able to bring hay and feed, have a vet call visit, or a horse trailer to pick up and drop off at our back gates? No reply yet. Will we be able to drive our vehicles to our back properties? There is no history of Gilbert ever needing it for all these years. Option 1 is estimated to cost $5 million more than what you have shown us, and it doesn't include the legal fees you will spend to obtain our property because we will fight it. You've been shown that option 4 is a reasonable option for each of us to put in large gates for 24-hour access. You don't need to use eminent domain to take our land away from us. If not option 4, then option 3 is okay with us too. And it is very, very important for me to have horses and chickens in my backyard for very nice, peaceful therapy for me as a special needs girl person. They always keep me very well exercised and feeling like I have peace in mind just riding and taking care of the horses. It's so nice to have horses in our backyard, and I think if you take the barn away from us or 21 inches away from us, it'll be less of a huge property to keep, and our beautiful backyard won't be so beautiful anymore with a barn full of horses. And we even painted the barn red and white, and well, if we have to get a new barn, we'll never be the same again. And I'll be sad to move the horses someplace else to live because they feel really nice and home with us in our backyard. And we love each and every one of them, and even our chickens. Thank you very much.
Julia. Yeah.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and council members. I've often heard after a long presentation, you hear the first 3 minutes and you remember the last 3 minutes. So I hope we're all paying attention. They live at 436 North Honeysuckle Lane in Gilbert. I've lived in Gilbert 50 years. My husband actually was part of the development of the property where many of these homeowners are being affected, as well as us, and we're still friends, so I'm kind of grateful for that. We've talked a lot about tonight, and I heard it from your staff about fundamental needs. A fundamental need is something you really need. It isn't a want, it's not a hope, you need it. And this all pertains to the manholes. No matter what anybody says, it's these manholes. If the sky's going to fall, and those scenarios that we saw underneath Greenfield Road, not by our property, or down in Tempe in the freeway, it's not the same thing. It's visual needs. We have that. If you go up over the bridge over Freestone Park and look down there, you can see down there all you want. You don't need to take this property to do it. I do think the property should be managed, and the manholes are important, and if there's going to be an explosion, it's going to be at those manholes. And I do want that fixed. I live there. I mean, I want my public health as important to me as anybody else. But you've got visual access already. You do not need to take that land away. Thank you so much, and I do appreciate you.
There were additionally 6 online comment cards received, all opposed to item 17.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to invite the staff back up for any comments that you might like to make on what you might like to, I'll spit it out, comments you might like to make based on what you heard, and for questions from the council. I believe that Councilmember Anderson has a question, Judy, that you can relay to us. The ones that were online were just opposed. They didn't have actual comments to them. It's just a number of people that commented that Vice Mayor shared. Judy, do you have Councilmember Anderson's question?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. This is for Jessica or David. He says, please describe the structural integrity analysis that is currently happening within the corridor. And then as a follow-up, when will it be done, and would it likely change your recommendation? And I can repeat that if needed.
Do you mind repeating that again, Judy? Thank you.
Absolutely. Please describe the structural integrity analysis that is currently happening within the corridor, and then when will that be done, and would it likely change your recommendation?
Thank you. The structural integrity analysis, the visual that you saw of the televising of that sewer where you could see the lining of it that was peeling away at the joint and the bubble that was forming in a place where the liner was still intact, but the corrosion was happening behind it. Those are things, the analysis that's done on that is a visual analysis. We know the pipe is in an active failure mode. What we don't know is the full extent of it. During the rehabilitation is when we actually will discover that, as that pipe is cleaned out and prepared, and we'll probably find places that we have to actually dig it up and replace the pipe because it's lost enough structural integrity. In sewer systems like this, we really don't have an option because there's nowhere to, it has to flow down here. The bypass pumping that has to go in there and what that operation looks like is extremely large, and it has to be put in place before we can take it out of service to do that. Oh, thank you. On the water line is a totally different situation. That's one where that corridor runs for about 8 or 9 miles, and the transmission main starts out at 48 inches diameter. In this area, it's at 24 inches in diameter. As you get towards the west part of town, it gets down to about 16 inches in diameter. And through that corridor, we have gone over the past year or so, and we've been taking that pipe out of service during the winter months when the water demands are low enough that we can take it out of service and still keep everybody in water, and doing inspections through there. There have been 2 different inspection modes that have happened. One is sending a ball through there, electromagnetic. It's looking, you'll send it through when the pipe is full of water. Again, and it's looking for electromagnetic discrepancies that it will find and sounds that it will hear, because you'll get sounds that happen out of a water system where there's a leak. And then the other part was running when it's dry and dewatered, running that electromagnetic robot through it. And that robot is the one that discovered, and that middle image on that one slide, and it showed where the steel bars were broken, and the steel cylinder that's inside, that's got concrete on the inside and on the outside of it, that steel cylinder was deteriorated away. When that pipe would have gone back into service and was energized again, it would have likely failed, and we would have had a break right there. And that one would have been just right there by the park, just west of these properties. But thank heavens we were able to find that one and repair it before it went back into service.
Other questions for staff at this time?
Judy, did I answer all of that question? I apologize, because I
think the only part you might have missed was, based on the structural analysis that you've done so far, would your opinion have changed in any way to the option that you're recommending?
No, thank you for that question.
I think I got that right.
Clarification.
Yes, Mayor.
Yeah, this is a very difficult situation. The infrastructure is critical. The entire community depends on it. There are, between the water, the sewer, and the reclaimed water in the areas that those 3 different facilities serve, that image that I showed where it covered so much of the town, each of those are working in all of that, and they all are in close contact with one another. When we had a situation where there was a break in a sewer line and the sinkhole was forming, it was underneath that water transmission main. We had to take the water transmission main out of service to be able to correct and fix the the break in that sewer main. They're such close proximity to one another that when one goes out of service, we will likely lose the other. And the gravity one, we just can't turn it off. There's no way it's just going to run, period. And it's going to either go through a pipe or it's going to find a way out at manholes, and we'll have raw sewage to deal with.
Thank you, David. Any other questions for staff at this time, maybe based off anything you heard from the public? Councilmember September.
Thank you, Mayor. David, can you articulate the difference between this infrastructure that's underneath the storage, the self-storage parking lot versus the same infrastructure that runs in the backyards of these homes? Because I feel like we're treating. Are we treating them differently? Like why are we not taking the storage unit to get underneath there? I'm just wondering what's the difference from your perspective?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, Councilmember September. The rehabilitation method right now, this project is going to rehabilitate the 36-inch interceptor sewer. The rehabilitation method that we're going to use is to go into and repair by basically creating a new pipe inside the old pipe. We have to pump all the wastewater around. To do that, the access points, we have a large train, probably about 400 feet in length, will set up on both sides of the manhole for a width because of the equipment that they have to bring out. There's a manhole that is east of that facility that they'll be able to set up over that manhole. There's a manhole in Gilbert Road that's on the west side of that facility. There is no manhole inside that facility. If there were a manhole inside that facility, it too would have been included in this from a property perspective.
So
Folks, we're not going to do what they did during the ranch. No, we are not going to do the shouting out that we did during the ranch.
So David,
Sir, we are not going to take these comments. If you can't sit and be quiet and let us finish this process, we need to be able to get through this business meeting.
So David, that's with respect to the repairs. So they have a manhole on either side of that property. You don't have to get involved in that property at all to do the repipe in place or whatever it's repair in place piping. From a failure perspective, is there a greater risk, in your opinion, for a failure for this infrastructure that's in the yards versus that's in the parking lot? I mean, I know we've talked a lot about the idea of a failure, right? It's not if, it's when, and this infrastructure is aging. But after all of the repairs are made, what is the difference between a failure in the storage unit parking lot and a failure in a backyard?
Mayor, Councilmember September, that is it's a difficult question. I'm not really sure how to answer that because that failure is going to be the same. And the storage unit and the storage complex, the town has access to that. There's gates that let us in and out of that facility to be able to get in and address a failure. The situation in the yards as they exist today, we're not able to come in from the back with the type of equipment that would be needed, the size of the construction activity, and for it to occur, we're going to be taking down the majority of the walls. They're going to have to be reestablished in a location. We're going to have significant impact on every one of these properties to do the rehabilitation. We're going to be going into that entire easement area, utilizing it, and then some. The actual work activity is going to be north of that easement area, and what we would be acquiring is a temporary construction easement in addition to the easement area. So it's a gigantic impact on these properties, and there's really no way to avoid it.
Thank you, David. So there's no way to avoid the construction impact that's going to take place. But that happens whether or not, no matter what option we choose tonight, that impact is going to happen. After the repairs are made to all of this infrastructure, and it's critical infrastructure, I think staff has done a good job of articulating why it's critical. How often do how often does the town need to access that infrastructure for inspections, for repairs, or any other reasons that you might need to access the infrastructure through the manholes? How often does that need to happen?
Thank you, Mayor, Councilmember September. Staff accesses all of the sewer system within the town, nearly 800 miles or so of that inventory, and we're running camera through it about once every 5 years or 6 years. On areas that are more critical, it would happen more frequently, or areas that more problems would show up, it happens more frequently. But every pipe in the town is going to have a camera go through it every 6 years on that sewer system. The manholes are inspected more frequently. What we've been finding is that the manholes, they're coated with things that are supposed to withstand the corrosive environment, but we find that they fail. And so there's multiple different techniques that have been deployed over the decades the town has been in the wastewater business. And we've yet to find one that's perfect. There just aren't any. And the manholes get deteriorated. Right now, what they're doing is lining those manholes. They're actually excavating, taking the top off of them, and putting in a new liner that's hopefully going to be a little bit more resistant than those that have been, those ones that are chemically inert that are supposed to be able to withstand the gases that we still find failing.
Thank you, David. If there is a failure in the future after the repairs are made, what's the difference between a failure in someone's backyard and the failure if the fences were, if the easement was perfected and the fences were moved to the north? What's the difference in that failure? What does that look like, a failure in somebody's backyard versus a failure that would be out in that open area where people walk?
Mayor, members of council, Councilmember September, I think the biggest difference between a failure in someone's backyard and a failure in a visible area is the time to detect and the time to be able to respond to that failure. In a situation where it's an irrigated property, there could be a leak or something occurring over a longer period of time, where if it was in a public visible place, we would be able to see it and detect it and respond to it and repair it more quickly than if it happened in a backyard. And there is, especially when it comes to the sewer side of things, because it's not under pressure, the wall can provide a bit of a barrier to that property, so that unfortunately it only goes south, which isn't a great situation either, but it would prevent inundation of properties with raw sewage in a very short period of time.
Thank you, Jessica. So Jessica, you said the grade flows south for those properties?
No, I only meant that if there's a wall preventing it from going towards the property, it's going to go the other direction.
The other way, towards the homes.
Towards the canal.
Mayor, council, one point to emphasize with visibility and how critical that visibility is. Time is absolutely of the essence. With these 3 utility lines that we have, being able to detect early and then get in there and problem solve is critical. When we experienced that water line failure last summer, that we lost a considerable amount of water while we wasted time trying to get a hold of the property owner to be able to access the property. And as we all know, that's an incredibly precious resource, and we can't waste that time. With sewer, and Ken Snow can correct me, but I think the volume of sewage that is going through that sewer line, if there was a rupture, could fill a swimming pool within 3 minutes. Within 3 minutes. So the time very much is of the essence with these lines.
Thank you.
Councilmember Hendricks.
Got a question, and looking at I'm just looking at this chart that shows 10 options, and I've probably seen this presentation 5 times, so I'm pretty familiar with the presentation. And I know there's a couple of tables in there where you've got the red X's and the green checks, and the green checks means this is better for this column, and some of the columns are either accessibility or ease of access, various things. There probably could be 100 columns and lots of green checks and red X's, but we had, I don't know, 10, whatever. You probably took the 10 most important things that you thought we should base a valuation on, I'm assuming. And from that, we came up with 10 feasible options. And the table I'm looking at here, it's the one that shows the cost of each one. And it shows one column as option and the next one as cost. And so when I'm looking at option, I want to be sure what I understand is all 10 of these are viable options. All 10 of them will solve the problem. But the biggest difference is some of them are easier, some of them create less challenge for the town, some create, but all 10 of them work. So if we picked any one of these, it solves the problem.
Mayor, Councilmember Hendricks, on 10 options, that I think that goes back a little bit farther. We approached the Salt River project hoping to be able to come down into the land that Salt River project manages on behalf of the Bureau of Reclamation. And we tried multiple times, and it was a definitive no, that would not be allowed.
No, I think that's options 11 through 14, if I'm not mistaken. I'm just looking at the one that shows 1 through 10. I don't think any
I'm going
of
to
these.
phone a friend just to make sure. You're correct, Dan. Yeah, I apologize.
So
but
then
that's-
would it be options 1 through 5? Which options are actually, aside from whether it's easier or harder, how many options do we have that would solve the problem? Aside from cost?
Thank you. There are 5 options that were shown in that viewer, that and that website we showed that we made available to the residents and trying to answer questions. And of those 5 options, there are 4 of them that have differences in what is going to happen. Every one of them, there's going to be an impact during construction. We're going to have to take down walls. We're going to go into and just do work because we have to clear the easement. That has to happen.
So
on all
which
of them.
one solved the problem?
The only one that solved all of those different failure modes that exist for all of those facilities that are in there and provided the best benefit and value to the town was option number 1. And it was the one that does require that
So
easement
ones
fee.
that don't provide best benefit or no benefit at all.
Excuse me?
So let's say ones that provide no benefit to the town and are the most difficult and the most expensive. How many are there that solve the problem? Maybe not the best solution, but how many solve the problem?
Thank you, Mayor Peterson, Councilmember Hendricks. Each of those that were presented by the engineering team that performed them felt that each of those could address and solve the challenge that exists within that sewer pipe that's there to put it back into service and prepared hopefully for another 20 or 30 plus years of service. And then there are attendant risks that come with each of those as well. The only option that takes care of providing the town the ability to be able to respond much more quickly, much more appropriately in any of those different scenarios that exist because of all of the different utilities that are here is option number 1. It unfortunately has the largest impact to these property owners and is one that it wasn't an easy one to deliver. Having seen sinkholes happen with sewer systems, having it in a backyard is not a desirable thing to occur.
So they're all solutions. Some are just better solutions in your opinion.
Yes, thank you.
I mean, everybody here's got an opinion. I mean, your opinion, my opinion. It's just 7 of us vote. But so I guess what I'm trying to get at is if we're going to limit to only the ones that would solve the problem, some better than others, maybe it's 1 through 4.
I'm sorry, please again.
I guess I'm trying to figure out which ones actually solve the problem. Some solve it in a way that it's more difficult to get to it later or to maintain it later, but I think they all solve the basic problem.
The option number 1 is the only option that cures all of the vulnerabilities that exist there in the current configuration.
I guess by vulnerabilities, you mean it'd be more difficult to access, it would take more effort on the town's part. So the other would solve it. It would just maybe have a little bit more effort down the road. Or when we talk about 300 gallons or 3,000 gallons, whatever, 10 swimming pools, a football field, whatever else, they all solve the problem as far as the being able to maintain it. We shouldn't have the kind of problems we're talking about. It just may be a little bit less convenient.
Well, if we're looking at Mayor Peterson, Councilmember Hendricks, if we're looking at just the sewer pipe itself and the rehabilitation of it, then each of those do. The reclaimed water line is a asbestos cement pipe. If you remember Gilbert days in 2016, I think it was when an asbestos cement pipeline burst and flooded under the railroad tracks. That material is one that has to be replaced. It's in the program to be replaced within the next several years. We're going to be back again, taking down walls, digging up a pipe in a backyard if we go back to that configuration. This is a very grave and just heavy decision, but because there are so many facilities and each one of them are going through their life cycles, and each one of them are having failures occur on them now. And some of those failures are very significant, and there are things that will happen by bringing those utilities out of those backyards. We will no longer have to go and impact those residents in the same drastic way that this project will.
Okay.
Councilmember Anderson has another comment. Judy?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. This is just a statement from Councilmember Anderson. For the neighbors, I want to commend you all that you have found options that you all agree could work for you. There was a comment that the 4 owners would provide continual access to manholes through restrictions. I appreciate that for the immediate future, it might work. However, the plat that created your subdivision restricted what could be in an easement many years ago, and look what has happened. Thank you.
Thanks, Judy. Any other questions for the staff, and then I can go ahead and close the public hearing and bring it back to the dais?
I have one more question, Mayor.
Okay, Councilmember September.
David, we'll be making improvements and repairs to all of the infrastructure at one time. Is that correct?
Thank you, Mayor Peterson, Councilmember September. We're going to be making the repairs to the wastewater line right now. The reclaimed water line is going to be happening in a few years. The water line is being further analyzed right now, and we're waiting for results back. They deployed that robot through the last pieces that they hadn't been able to last year. And that one is one that what we don't know is it going to be something that happens in the next couple of years, or is it going to be something that happens in the next 5 or 6 or 7 years? But we're going to be back in there on every single one of those in the near term.
Can you please remind me why we're not making all the repairs at one time?
That's a great question, because it's a very large budget impact to do all of those repairs. That is not something that's in the program right now. Did you have a? Oh, Jason, I'm phoning a friend, Councilmember September. I apologize.
If I could, Mayor, Councilmember September. So regarding the reclaimed water line, it's really contingent on which option ultimately is selected here. If we proceed with option 1, there's the ability and the flexibility to do it down the road when budget allows. If we go with something other than option 1, we'd likely try to combine construction effort if the budget allows for that repair to be completed at that time, just to minimize the disturbance to the neighborhood. So we would have to pivot depending on which option we go with to really plan for that reclaimed water line improvement. Does that answer your question?
It does. So the thing that the infrastructure we're going to repair right now is the gravity-fed sewer with the manholes that are deteriorating. Then the other 2 lines will be done later. At least that's the idea at the moment. When those 2 lines are done, no matter where the fence is, whatever decision outcome is tonight, do those pieces of infrastructure have to be dug up and replaced, or are we going to line in place those other lines?
Thank you, Councilmember September. That's a great question. Right now, the technologies to try to line those in place are things that are, it's a developing industry. With a transite pipe, we would want to dig that up and replace it, most likely. With the water transmission main, given the nature and the performance of that type of material over the years, it would likely be a dig, lay, and replace as well.
If we were to make all the repairs and replacements at one time, what is the life cycle of that infrastructure after all those repairs are made?
Thank you, Mayor Peterson, Councilmember September. The life cycle for these, and this is one where I'm apologize, but it's going to sound disrespectful. The pipeline that went in for the sewer has a life cycle of 100 years, according to the manufacturers and the fabricators who provide that. And when it was installed, it's 36 years in the future, and it's not. We don't know. This technology that we're looking at deploying, one of them has been around longer than the other. Both of them have life cycles. They've been in service for 20, in some areas going in close to 30 years now. We're just now starting to get into the industry data on what that's going to look like long term. There are so many factors that come into play when it comes to rehabilitating pipes in place, wastewater pipes in place. there are many ways that that challenges can arise. It projects or promises a life cycle that's long and storied. History has shown us that just really doesn't tend to prove out in that wastewater environment.
Thank you, David.
Any other questions for the staff while they're down here?
I have a question regarding the right-of-way acquisition, and that the right-of-way acquisition, and can I get some clarity on the appraisal value? Is that the actual reduction in the property value, or is there information that can be provided around that?
Mayor Peterson, Councilmember Kaprowski, this is a really complicated one and a complex one that gets into, the appraisals are prepared by independent appraisers. The town doesn't employ any appraisers. We go to the market and have them prepare those for us. When you look at any land, some of the things that we learn over time is that if there are existing easements on land, then that has a diminution of the value that land has because there's an encumbrance that rides upon that land. The estimates that were put together were looked at and prepared based upon an anticipated diminution because there is existing easement there. I would point out that the town has an easement for the water in most of this corridor for the wastewater and the reclaimed water. That our rights are junior to Salt River Project. Salt River Project has senior rights for the transmission facilities that they have there for that 2 circuit of 230 kilovolt or 230,000 volt and that 1 circuit of 500,000 volt electrical transmission lines through this corridor. So we're the junior utility in there. SRP is the senior utility. All of those encumbrances do reduce a value to the land, but those are things that an appraiser gets done, and that all gets prepared and presented and shown and shared open book with the property owners. The improvements that are there are other things that come into play, and how do those, replacing those, putting things back, curing. It's a pretty complex process that we look to and have some experts that'll come in to help with that and to help the property owners as we go through that process.
Thank you.
Any other questions for the team?
One last one, Mayor. Sorry.
You said that last time.
So David, in the idea of fixing all of the infrastructure at one time, so for those 2 water lines, if we were to fix everything at one time, what's the additional cost to include those other 2 water lines in a one-time repair? Is it like order of magnitude? Is it 5 million? Is it 10 million? Is it 20 million? And I apologize if we've talked about this already. This has been going on for some time, and you have worked very hard on this. All of you have. So I'm sorry if I have not committed that to memory, but what is the delta in cost?
Thank you, Mayor Peterson. Councilmember September, I'm going to phone a friend here to make sure because I don't want to be wrong.
I saw Jason counting in his head. He was.
Thank you, Mayor Peterson, Councilmember September. The reclaimed water line, the estimate right now is $5 million for that one. For the potable water line, we don't have an estimate. That's in process right now. As they finish that analysis and deliver it, that would be something that would be provided within, I think in a couple of months is when those results will be delivered.
Thank you, Mayor.
When those results come in, the team will work to formalize the best approach to solving for the water line. As the council knows, we have a tremendous amount of infrastructure needs throughout the community, and especially in the realm of water and wastewater. And so it'll be a part of the CIP development process and going through the budget process and the prioritization process that will be coming up to council in the next 6 months.
Thank you. Last call. Any other questions? Thank you, team. Feel free to sit down. Appreciate the work you've done. I will go ahead and close the public hearing and bring it back to the dais for discussion.
I got a lot I want to say about this, and I know it's already late, so hopefully I'm clear-headed enough to deliver this in the way that, at least after I've spent hours deliberating in my own mind, comes out the right way. Because I first just want to say I really do appreciate the time and the effort and the very careful deliberation, the information that's been provided by the team, especially in Public Works. I don't believe that these people are trying to mislead anybody. I don't believe this is a land grab. I don't believe that there is an ill intention. I really do believe that you are providing what is your opinion as professionals and technicians, and that you think that this is the best way to proceed as a policy so that you guys can do operationally what you're expected to do, what you're obligated to do, and what you're responsible to provide for the community. And this has been a really difficult one, and I won't speak for my colleagues, but I venture to say that this one's maybe the toughest one, certainly for me, but that we've dealt with as a council in the last couple years. And I think you've provided a compelling totality of reasons and data as to why you're providing option one as what you believe is the best. And so I do appreciate where you're coming from. And this has been something that I've very much grappled with, and had even arrived a couple weeks ago thinking that, yeah, this is probably something we're going to have to do. And then as I let some of this, and it just didn't quite settle, so I knew I had to cross-reference some of my own maybe conclusions on what was the best course of action. So I decided to reach out to a couple people that I thought would provide some good counsel, not because I don't trust the information you're giving, but because I need multiple points of reference. And so one of those was somebody, who worked in Public Works, has that technical background, and I wanted a full, kind of outside analysis of somebody who hadn't been involved on the front lines of it and had kind of an investment in that. And then one from a great mentor of mine who has an entirely different perspective when it comes to property rights. And I want to make sure that we're marrying the technical information with what I believe is the appropriate and the moral, philosophic machinations of how we pair these things together. And what I'm talking about is the technical aspect with the philosophic, because that's the job of the policymakers. So I do think that you're giving us good information from the vantage point and your guys' why. Your why is valid, but it isn't my why. And that's where I'm going to deviate from what I've even thought was going to be the best option. Because there's a couple points that I think are the crux of all of this. And, there's really 5 points when it comes to how you evaluate an eminent domain action. And whether this is applied or is the framework that we have in place now from a legal standpoint is irrelevant, because quite frankly, there's been a huge degradation over the last 100 years when it comes to the foundation of property rights in our country. And so this is kind of the crux of it. It has to be a compelling state interest. I think you've laid out a very good reason why this is a compelling state interest. It has to be narrowly tailored. So I think you've identified where you think the 24 properties that, this would apply to. Okay, so that's a check. It has to be the least restrictive means to furthering that government purpose. This is where it falls apart for me. Because there are other options that have been presented that we have accepted as an organization are feasible, that we can do, whether they're optable or not. I think that that kind of goes against this system. And then the other is, there can't be any other alternative. While the other alternatives are not ideal, and I'll say this from the neighbor's standpoint, if I was in your position, I probably wouldn't make the same decision. But because we have asked you whether, given the whole scope of the disruption that is going to occur, everybody's agreed, there's 100% consensus, there's going to be, you put whatever scale you want on it, but major disruption to the livability of your backyard, and you're still willing to undergo that, that's another alternative. And I think we can solve the points of making sure that there's multiple options when it comes to kind of surveillance of that area. So whether that's, see-through fencing and drones, and there's been a lot of, a consistent schedule that gets agreed upon where, we're able to give complete and full access. There are a lot of alternatives there. And so even though it is not operationally the best option, when it comes to what I think is not just a economic right, but a fundamental one, and our founding fathers believed the same thing. I've pulled up a couple quotes because it might seem esoteric, but it's not when you think about, the 200 years of how we've gotten to where we are, the encroachment of this awesome power that government has, and quite frankly, the bastardization of it. And so I pulled a James Madison quote because I think this is quite elegant. Government is instituted no less for the protection of the property than of the persons of individuals, meaning that's the end goal. That's the back end of this. That is the why government exists, is to protect property rights. And there's a reason our forefathers saw no distinction between those individual liberties and property rights. So I do think that option 3 is probably the best compromise, because we can, well, actually that line of questioning that Councilman September was like a lot of what I was thinking, but he took it way further, and it was really excellent. But I think it kind of laid out the culmination of this. So I've really struggled and grappled with this one because I do not want to put tens of thousands of our residents at risk that can't be mitigated, who rely on these services, and we have an obligation to deliver those. And I think our team is that excellent and that professional and that good at what you do, because you did take a lot of time to think of all the ways that we could get around this, that even though it puts a strain on our team, I think you guys are up to the task. I think you're capable of doing it. And if I was the neighbors, I would probably have sold my property. I probably would not have wanted to subject myself, because we're going to have to clear that easement. That can't go on, I guess you could call it unperfected, but the integrity of it needs to be restored. There's been culpability on both sides. It's the degradation of that. So we can all kind of own that and move forward in a new normal, but that has to be cleared, in my opinion, because no matter where a disruption goes along that line, we can't be dealing with permanent structures on it. There's a reason why that utility existed, and there was a wisdom to it. And if we maintain that, and it's going to take everybody to do that, then we can make this work, even though it's not perfect. And I will say the Public Works individual I spoke to, I'm sorry, this is so long-winded. I'm so sorry. He did say that he thought the option 1 would be best if there was frequent, if they were going in there all the time, if we had to go and do physical work very frequently. Now, everybody can define that differently, but if it's, every 5 years or every 20 years, I don't think that justifies it, especially since we have been provided with alternatives and least restrictive alternatives. So I'm looking, hope to hear from my other colleagues and what you're thinking, but this is one of those ones, if you don't make the right decision, it haunts you. So got to take all the totality of it into consideration, and it's just a couple of my thoughts.
Councilmember Kraposky.
This is a really great need for our town, and this is our absolute responsibility. It's our responsibility, whether it's behind their wall or whether it's outside of their wall. Acquiring private property is not a situation that we want to be in, and thankfully, I think we have some information that it's not occurring all around town. But we are absolutely responsible for this service and these infrastructure assets. You mentioned the potential for the manhole option, which would require all 3 projects to be done at the same time to minimize impacts, which might have a cost savings, but also have that fiscal impact all in the same few years for the capital improvements. Then there's still a risk in terms of we're punting this down the road. And yeah, we're punting it probably at least 30 years, 20 years, 30 years, but we're still just punting it, and this situation is going to come up again. And when something fails in that line and you have that many millions of gallons of sewage going through that pipe in such a short amount of time, that it's going to have a really big impact on those properties if it's behind those walls, and the detection's going to be really critical. And having the drones and things, like the detection isn't something that can be surveyed or like have surveillance 24/7, because that's what it needs. But the fact that it's outside the wall or in a public area, it gets eyes on it because of the people that are walking along the trail or things like that, from the smell mainly coming. So I know this is so difficult, and we don't want to impact these residents, but the choice that we have to make is affecting at least 50,000 residents. So it's important. Thank you.
You want to go? Councilmember Tilke.
Thank you, Mayor. I think where I start with this is that we have to clear the easement no matter what option we pick. And so that means any structures and any fences on that easement has to be cleared. So I guess the question comes down to, is that cost going to be borne by the residents or by the town? So, someone said they would do it themselves, and I don't know if they're speaking for the entire community out there of the 24 homes, but it's a costly endeavor for sure. So that's where I start. And then from there, you have to look at if you've had to move your structures and your fence, because the easement doesn't allow the type of fencing that's there now. Does the value of that property decrease, or does the usefulness of it decrease for that owner? And so I think that's a question that we need to consider as we look at this. You shared a lot of my thoughts, Vice Mayor, about how difficult this is. I do think that this is the most difficult decision we have to make, and perhaps the louder voices in the room lately hasn't been about this project, but this is the one that is very hard. I want to echo that. I know that the staff, we've hired outside consultants to help us. We didn't go out and do all of that research ourselves, and so the information that came back was independent, and acknowledge that. So I think I'm gonna leave it for there until we finish having conversations, but that really, to me, is a key component, no matter what option this council decides to choose.
Councilmember Hendricks.
I'll try to keep it under 20 minutes here. As I sit here and I listen to a dozen people spoke here tonight, the 7 of us up here are government. We're essentially the kings here. And we've had a dozen people come up here and politely and respectfully beg us to not take their property, take what belongs to them. I can't think of a more basic job of an elected official than to protect the population from government. And that's what we're talking about. We're talking about these people asking us, please don't come take what is mine. That's the most basic element of freedom and liberty. It's what this country is founded on. I abhor the idea of taking their property. It's like if I walk to my car right now and there's some guy twice as big as me and he says, I've decided I want your car. And I say, please don't take it. I need a ride home. The weight of this decision, I can't imagine supporting the idea of taking the property. When we talk about eminent domain, this case is a poster child for eminent domain. This is what eminent domain was created for the greater good of the community or of the population. But you don't use eminent domain as your first choice, as the easiest choice, as the cheapest choice. You don't use eminent domain to just benefit government because other choices are more difficult. And as I see this, all staff members in any staff presentation they make, they're people just like us. So they're going to decide some decision is better, and then they're going to present their data, how they decide that was better, which indirectly persuades us to believe that their opinion is correct and it's better. And sometimes we've seen presentations that staff is so convinced that their idea is correct that they just straight out lie to convince us. But that's not what's happened here. I think here we've had valid conclusions, valid decisions, valid research. But I think there's more than one option here that will work. And I think we should take the least intrusive on the property owner. We should protect their freedoms and we should protect them from government. I had a young man here tonight that sit in the back and he emailed me yesterday. And he came up and he talked to me when I was walking up earlier when we had the ranch people here. And he walked up and he politely shook my hand and he said, Mr. Hendricks, I emailed you. He said, please don't take our property. I mean, what should I say to that? How do I answer that I'm representing government that wants to take this young man's property? So I asked him, what do you think we should do? And he articulately explained, I think you should take option 4 or maybe option 3. And of all the presentations I've seen, that's the best one I've seen. So there's no way I'll support option 1. I prefer option 4, I prefer option 3.
I would just highlight that in option 4, none of the property owners would be compensated for the intrusion to their lives for these projects. In option 3, only the property owners that have the manholes would be compensated for that impact and intrusion and have that option. So that's where I lean towards option 1, because at least I know that the property owners will be compensated and that this project, which will run probably over, several months, over a year, at least the property owners will be compensated in some manner for that impact versus, years and years of intrusion and moving around everything on their property.
And I would agree with that, other than that's not our value judgment to make. So, like I said, if I was in their position, I might not make the same decision or have the same opinion about what they value. I wouldn't want to live under that disruption. I understand that, that the utility easement has limited value because you can't do what you want on it. So, but I think that this is information that they understand, and they're still saying, we'll we'll sacrifice that because having the property is of greater value. It's just a different way to look at it.
Judy, you have a comment from Councilmember Anderson?
I do. Thank you, Mayor and Council. Again, from Councilmember Anderson, eminent domain should never be used except in rare cases. Infrastructure is, in my opinion, the one critical time that it can or should be used to promote public welfare. Our charge is to act in the interest of the entire town of Gilbert, not special interest groups. Most people don't see neighborhoods as special interest groups, but they do act in the interest of the neighborhood and your own property. The easement needs to be cleared. Again, how do we guarantee access and a clean easement many years into the future? Ownership is the only sure way, but are we willing to take the short-term solution in 3 or 4? Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Judy. Councilmember September.
Thank you, Mayor. Chris Payne, are we running into a time crunch? We can go past midnight? Okay, I wasn't sure if there was some, I heard once that there was like a legal requirement that council had to end at midnight.
Because we have to finish the business of the town in one date. Okay. I don't think that that's true.
Okay.
I've heard that, but I don't think that's accurate.
Okay, great, thank you. I have struggled with this. And I think the town staff has made an excellent argument for this to be a poster child for eminent domain. But the way that I have looked at this, just in the last few days, is how can we, what's the least intrusive means to accomplish operational functionality, not necessarily operational perfection. And I know that that what I'm about to, my recommendation or what I would support makes staff's difficult job already harder. But the ability to access, maintain, and reasonably remedy failure, I believe could be accomplished through option number 3. Those are my thoughts.
It's been said that this has been a difficult vote. I wasn't on the council in 2020 when this vote first came up in November of 2020. I had resigned to run for mayor, and I didn't come in until January of 2021, and so this was really my first, I think, encounter was when a bunch of you showed up to speak during communications from citizens. And so we extended this project out now 2 years. We have had more meetings and discussions on this one project than anything I have ever seen in my career on planning commission, on council, as mayor. This one, I mentioned that the ranch keeps me up at night. This one keeps me up at night. There's only a couple things that do that. Public safety and my concern for them all the time. Cases like this when we're really going to affect our residents, and how do we best handle those? And a situation like the ranch where I'm not sure what the best answer is. I have to weigh all the facts. We've gone into executive sessions and had discussions about this endlessly. And I'm disappointed at the fact that we've had those discussions and now we're out here saying a lot of different things. Because if I had heard some of these comments when we were sitting in exec session, we would have had an opportunity to look at things differently. We would have had an opportunity to explore other options maybe more thoroughly. We explored everything a lot, but if you get true feedback from everybody, you have the opportunity to then go over all of those pieces to that option. And you've heard, bits and pieces now from a couple different members. It's difficult for the staff to work with. It's difficult for us to work with. It's difficult for you as residents to know where we're coming from when We're not cohesive. Makes it difficult for me to come out here after I've been up half the night thinking about this case, thinking that I know where we're going to go, and then have changes, differences of opinion. I wish I had had more time to talk about some of those other options when we were in executive session, because I heard other things that we discussed because of feedback that we had heard from council. I have heard things from our legal team that concerns me to the future of, if we don't do option one, what that looks like for the future of the community legally. I'm concerned with what I saw on the US 60 with the water line break and the damage that that caused and the time that that freeway was down. I'm concerned with not having access to these yards. I'm concerned with the residents' animals in those yards when we need access immediately. I'm concerned with the fact that we've had leaks that have caused health hazards that have had to be reported because we didn't know about them. I'm concerned with some legal issues that we have come across as we've been working through this process that we didn't know about, that existed along these lines. I'm concerned that the residents are saying that they'll be doing these things for us, but we have no legal way to hold you to any of that. None. Because it's your private property. And that concerns me. It concerns me that we're going to have a major issue, especially knowing what happened to the line on the 60, which is about the same age as the lines that we have in your backyards. It concerns me. What's that going to look like if those bursts in one of your backyards? We've seen it on Lindsay Road. We've seen it in Freestone Park. That's our property, so we can go ahead and go in and do what we want to it because it's our property, Freestone Park and Lindsay Road. I'm perplexed still, and here we are 2 years later. This isn't an easy decision. I thought we were coming out here as a cohesive group with one thought in mind, with the answers that we've discussed for months, and been thrown a curveball. Big staff's been thrown a curveball. Councilmember Tilke, would you like to make any more comments? You didn't really choose an option, so I'm asking you.
Thanks, Mayor. I wanted to hear the comments from everybody here. I agree with your statements. We had long conversations and thought we had settled on an option for sure. And but that doesn't make it any easier as we're sitting here today and having to take a vote on it. And you know, I take that very seriously. There's been lots of comments, not from you all, but just from the entire evening, that I do, when I make decisions, hard decisions, I do look you in the eye and I know how hard it is. And this is why this is so painful for what we're going through and why we're still here at midnight, quite frankly, because it is important that after 2 years of your time in our efforts and all of the meetings we've had, that we do need to make a decision. I'm trying to figure out where I am, to tell you the truth, because I respect option one for all the reasons that you've shared with us. I would also like to have an option for something else, but I'm not, my biggest concern, and I've heard this from council candidates and others, that don't worry about the future, just do what people want you to do today and just tell them whatever they want to hear. And that's not what I believe anybody on this council is willing to do, which makes it even harder for us to make really hard decisions. And my biggest concern is I'm worried about the future. I'm worried that if we go with 3 or 4, that the homeowners are going to have to invest all this money to make all those changes to their property without reimbursement, and that we may not have solved the problem and long term. So I'm still waiting for something that's going to push me over the edge to make the motion, so I apologize if I've let you down, Mayor.
No, thank you. Yes, go ahead, Councilmember.
I'd like to make the motion to approve option 1.
I have a motion to approve option 1. Do I have a second? I just want to check with Judy to make sure that Councilmember Anderson isn't like typing away before I.
Thank you, Mayor. He is typing, actually. Thank you.
I don't want to kill a motion if there's potentially going to be a second to the motion. I want to give him a chance. It's late. He's in another state. Type faster, Councilmember Anderson. Guys, it's late. I have to keep a little humor.
Mayor Peterson, Council, he actually has a question. He asked if someone could describe the features of 3 and 4 again briefly, please.
I had a feeling that might be a question. Okay, so we have a motion on the floor that we will hold, and we can ask the team if they can. Do you have a chart for that, Leah, by any chance?
There is some visuals in the presentation, Mayor.
There is. If they pull the presentation back up, we can flip over to the chart. Thank you. I figured you had that. I think it was in earlier.
So the question is to elaborate on some of the key features for options 3 and 4. I think it's best described by using some visuals that we have at the end of the PowerPoint here. So this is a rendering from the interactive viewer that we created as part of this corridor analysis. You can see the property on the left side of the screen is one that contains a manhole. You can see the polygon area where that wall has been relocated and a gravel surface is installed there. This provides town staff access from the town property south of these residential parcels to access that manhole only for maintenance purposes on the gravity sewer. You also see we have some access to that 18-inch reclaimed water line, but it's obstructed outside of that polygon area.
One thing to note with option 3 is outside of the sewer line, we still have those 2 other utility lines that remain either obstructed and also not visible. We know failures can occur at any point along those. Those would not occur at the manhole.
Here is a visual of option 4. This option would install potentially larger gates than what exist on some of these properties. Some properties have gates, some do not. Option 4 would install gates to access the properties that contain manholes. In addition to clearing the easement, like we've said, for any of the options that we would proceed with. This would provide access for maintenance to those backyards to the properties with the manholes only, not the properties between the manholes where issues could occur on either of these pipelines that are in the backyard. You see the 24-inch potable water line there in the blue which is south of the majority of these parcels. However, there is 3 parcels on the east side where this pipeline does travel through the residential backyards. Whether unobstructed or not, they're still within the private property of those parcels.
24-hour access. The gates on every property.
Jason, with the polygon, can you go back to that slide, please? With the polygon, I see that it cuts off some very small pieces of property that would be very difficult to get into if there was an issue with those lines. I guess my thought process was if we were looking at the difference between 3 and 4, I would probably be tempted to go with 4 and not cut this off, but make sure those gates are some sort of a, and the residents may not like this, but make sure that they are a see-through gate that meets the requirements of the original easements that they have, so that we can see into those properties, but it doesn't block you from doing other things or accessing other pieces of those lines if you need to. I see that you can get to the manholes, and that makes sense, but I think there's still too many issues with what's around them. I don't know if I'm saying it right.
So, Mayor, if I understand your statement correctly, the relocation of that southern perimeter wall you're proposing could potentially be some type of see-through or view fence?
Or if we did just the gates for option number 4, make that gate a see-through gate so that we still have access, that we can see into the space. And it meets the requirements of the original easements that they had to have a see-through.
Correct, Mayor. So the easement language was wood, wire, or removable fencing. This would only solve that for the parcels that have the manholes.
Manholes.
Outside of these parcels that contain manholes, we would clear the easement, but the 2 utilities would remain behind the obstructions.
Why couldn't we have see-through gates on every property?
Well, originally, all of the easements were supposed to have see-through gates, and none of you have those now.
Mayor, council, one potential would be if the council wanted to convene an executive session. I think there are some legal considerations regarding what can and cannot be dictated with something like that.
That's exactly what I was talking about, the exec sessions, and that we've already done, which and just so I can point something out, we don't vote in exec session ever. That's not allowed by law. So this is just general consensus that we've come to during discussions that we came back out here tonight considering.
So we have a motion on the floor. Is it still on the floor?
I would say that motion is probably dead at this point because we haven't had a second. We're having discussions, so let's, we're probably going to have to recess and go into an exec session for a few minutes. I don't want this to be a long exec session, so let's get in there, talk, and get out. And I know we don't have Jim here, who I know is, the professional on this, but when it comes to this topic, but I know you're really good at it, Chris.
Is there support for option 3? I mean, I've heard some.
The residents. Anybody want to do an exec session? Is that okay?
I support number 3. I said that out loud. So, but we had 3 was the one that I was interested in because it gives staff the ability to access those manholes unfettered. They can go there. They don't have to wait for someone to lock up their dog, to get a hold of somebody. It gives them access to the infrastructure that is so critical to the town. That's why I support 3.
Right. That's what you started with an exec session.
Okay.
Was that a motion?
Mayor Peterson?
Yes.
I apologize.
Councilmember Anderson?
Yes.
Thank you.
He had a clarifying question a few moments ago. He just wanted to confirm, we do clear the easement with any option, correct? And then he also just asked what kinds of things can we do outside executive session? Thank you.
Mayor, Council, and Councilmember Anderson, the easement would need to be cleared in every option. That is without question.
Do I have was that a motion that you were making, Councilmember September?
If there are no other motions on the floor, I can make a motion.
I killed the motion for the,
Okay.
for lack of a second, I killed that motion.
Okay, I move to approve option number 3.
Second.
I have a motion to approve option number 3 with a second. Motion by Councilmember September, seconded by Vice Mayor Yentez. Can we please, yes?
I'm sorry, but
Yes.
does that include the gates, or is that the issue that we didn't know if we could stipulate?
You want to stipulate what I was talking about with the see-through gate? Is that what you're asking?
For all properties.
I'm getting lost.
Yeah.
Okay.
For all properties. I don't believe that was part of option 3. I just want to clarify what we're,
Yeah, I could change the motion. I move to approve option number 3 with gates for all properties.
Mayor and Council, just a point of clarification, and again, I would defer to our attorney, but I think there are some legal considerations in terms of what the town can or cannot dictate with regard to materials.
Notwithstanding a material discrepancy, that there are the double wide access gates that a vehicle could access the property, whatever materials we can use, if we can't use it, if there's a legal issue, then that's not part of my motion.
Good use of the word notwithstanding. I second that.
So the motion has been updated with a stipulation about the gates. Chris, did you get that? You'll have to record it, watch the recording back probably to get all of that. And the second has been amended.
Before we vote, Mayor, would you like to have a discussion in executive session about that stipulation? It's legal advice. I'd rather not do it in public.
I think that nobody wants to go into an executive session at this point, so I am saying that you can evaluate that and get back to us at the next meeting in an executive session prior to the December 13th meeting if there's something that we are not able to do based on that motion. Is that allowable? Did I?
It makes it difficult because if council approves the motion, it's hard to go back and undo something or change a stipulation.
The motion, though, is based on a stipulation of what materials can possibly be used for the gates that based on what is allowed legally. Did I capture that? I think I captured that. Okay, so we're not saying to stipulate anything that wouldn't be allowed legally that you would discuss from a legal perspective. We're asking for the gates to put in legally with product that will be approved by our town attorney.
Mayor and Council, respectfully, I think that's the crux of the issue.
Is that we can't do that? We're only stipulating if it can be and using materials that would be legally allowed. So the stipulation would either not hold, I'm not an attorney, but I play one on TV. Sorry. The stipulation would either not hold because it's not legal for us to dictate something like that, or it would hold using product that would be legally allowed.
If I'm, Mayor and Council, if I'm understanding correctly, that means that that option would be voted on potentially without that stipulation.
No, the option with the stipulation worded just like I did. If it's legal and allowed, then we move forward with it with materials that are allowed by the town attorney. Am I not? Am I?
But if the stipulation is not allowed, then that.
If the stipulation is not allowed, then it goes away. And I think we're all okay with that?
Yes.
Okay.
I don't know if I am, only because if that's the stipulation and it's the compromise that we're trying to achieve with the neighbors, and we've agreed to it, if it's legally not allowable, then there's no gates.
Is
And
it the
I don't
gate
think-
that's not allowable?
It's the material.
Or the material of the gate? Chris?
That's what I'd like to talk about in executive session. The scope of the easement.
It's going to be a late one.
It's already a late one. Okay, we're going to need to recess into an executive session. Let's go. Recess into executive session. everybody. We're going to call this meeting back to order. That was a big sigh, sorry. I don't mean to sigh into the microphone. We had a thorough discussion quickly in exec session. Thank you for being patient. We have to sometimes do that to talk out the legal issues and how we can properly word things that will make the most sense to everybody, that will be legally binding, protect you, protect the town. That's what it's all about. I have an motion and a second on the floor that you're rescinding. Okay, the motion and the second we're rescinding. I have Councilmember Tilke that is, I think, going to attempt a motion.
Thank you, Mayor. And of all nights to forget my glasses at home, this was not the night, but I think I can read my writing. But first of all, this is a really late meeting, and we have not had one this late since I can remember for quite a while. And thank you for staying and giving us the time to work this out so we could have a decision tonight. So with that, I would like to make a motion, and just for the audience, it's going to be a long motion, okay? So just be prepared for that. But I'd like to make a motion that we adopt option 3 with a deadline to clear all easements by, including fencing, by June 1st, 2023. Authorizing the town manager to negotiate with homeowners to provide a see-through fence or gate in exchange for the town paying for clearing of the easement. All homeowners may opt into option 1 to sell the easement at any time for fee. So just so you know, that's not off the table if that's the option you would prefer. And that the negotiations will be in a form of a written agreement, which will be recorded. And with that, that's my motion.
Second.
A motion by Councilmember Tilke, very well done. Seconded by Councilmember September. Please vote. Motion passes 6-1. WW 1060, you are all done. Oh, we do? Oh, sorry. We have one more follow-up motion.
This particular motion just provides authorization, and I believe...
Can you read it?
Yeah, I can. I've been worried about this all night. But this is in line with what we talked about, so there's B, okay. Thanks, I didn't want to read it before I clarified that, okay. So my second motion in regards to this issue is a motion to authorize the town manager authority to approve contracts and/or contract change orders up to the amount of $300,000 each for contract, now I'm in trouble. I just can't read numbers very well. 319000616 with Intellis Inc. contract
321000393
with Archer Western Construction LLC and contract
323000165
with Acquisition Services Limited for professional services associated with project WW 1060 contingent upon selection of a preferred option, which is option 3, from the Western Canal Corridor analysis associated with CIP projects WW 1060, WW 1246, WA 1546.
Second.
A motion by Councilmember Tilke, second by Councilmember September. Please vote.
Oh, yes.
Thank you, Scott. Oh, you're back. Can we have a final? Thanks, Judy. That passes 7-0. Okay, WW 1060, now you're done. Thank you. I know it's been a long 2 years. I think we came up with the best solution for everybody.
All right, we'll finish the consent agenda items. We pulled 9 and 11, permission to vote separately. I will not elaborate, so we're going to entertain a motion on agenda item 9.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Please vote.
Please vote. Thank you, Scott.
Oh,
I didn't. Oh, did I?
Yeah, you voted.
Okay, you're green on there.
Motion passes 5-2.
Motion, agenda item 11, is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Please vote.
Please vote. Motion passes 5-2. Thank you. We won't belabor this since we are here after 1 o'clock in the morning. Does anybody have anything for boards and commissions?
Pardon me, Mayor Peterson?
Oh, yes.
Sorry. Also, item 19, administrative item.
Oh, yeah, administrative. I was just going to get boards and commissions. Consider appointment of Mark to the Fire and Police Public Safety. We had discussed that last time. I will move to approve item 19.
Second.
Please vote. Oh, gosh. Thanks, Scott. Sorry, it's after 1 o'clock in the morning. I'm calling you Scott. Motion passes 7-0. Next, item 20, boards, commissions, and committees. Any comments from council liaisons? Hearing none, moving on. Report from town manager, nothing. Report from council, nothing. It's 1 o'clock in the morning. Report from mayor. I had a lot, but I'm skipping it. No report tonight. Meeting adjourned.